They ain't miss a beat.
Well, they kind of miss a beat because they
No,
ain't
they
playing.
didn't.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gon' do, we gotta
First of all, I want to say thank you guys so much for coming in. I forgot I was muted on YouTube. I apologize. Y'all Facebook people, do you mind if I run through the promo one more time for the YouTube people? Is that cool with y'all? All right, cool. That sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below on YouTube if you are just joining us. The Fantasy Football Yahoo Sports League is almost finished, and we're getting into the playoffs now very, very soon. So if you're involved in that, congratulations if you have made the playoffs. And thank you to all that have participated in it this year. Also, be sure to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding, in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as league information. So, let's dive on into this. Disappointing loss, folks. But, I'm not mad at it. I'm honestly not mad at it. Because, let's dive into the two factors that cost us that game. Number one, actually three factors that made us lose that game. And we know what three factors these are. I mean, it's not new. Number one is the corners that we had on the field are who they are. You know, we all knew this, all right? This is not new. You know, we knew that Keith Taylor had and CJ had covering issues. We knew this. We knew that Shaq had coverage issues. We knew that Jeremy Chin had coverage issues. And we knew that Woods was starting to develop coverage issues. This is not new news. I'm surprised that anybody got burnt in this secondary, you know, I don't know what to tell you because we already knew this, folks. And what did I say during the preview for this game? I said both of the lines have to show up and play. They have to show up and ball out. Otherwise, we will lose this game. If they show up, we win. Point blank. I mean, look how close the score was. There's your proof right there. The third and final factor was the fact that we had turnovers, which has not previously happened this year. And I was sitting there going, really? Really? Again? Like, hold on to the football. Like, and this is not a Tampa Bay defense that is known for causing turnovers. Half of those we did to ourselves. And I did warn you guys about punt returns. This is why I did not want Shi Smith back there. You know, it was very, very susceptible to another turnover. So, on top of the ones we already had. That's why we put Blackshear back there, and you saw what happened. You saw the results of it. And I like that Wilkes was willing to adjust on that and recognize the danger. That's good. You know, add that to the resume of Steve Wilkes right now. That is already sky high. You know, but yeah, the Lions did not show up in this game, and it was not a pretty result. Everything relies on the Lions, and everything, it's a trickle-down effect. If the Lions don't do their job, say the D-line doesn't do their job, which they didn't, that affects the corners. They have to do double duty now. They have to try to stop the run and do their jobs as corners and coverage. You know, twice as much as they normally would. And, you know, that puts pressure on the safeties. The safeties have to come over and handle their jobs as they normally would in coverage plays and try to come over and guard whoever these wide receivers may be. So you're going to see coverage issues from the safeties in those situations. Point blank, you're going to. When the D-line does not show up, the corners, we already know they have safe coverage issues already. You know, that's been proven last week anyway. You know, even when we're playing really well, we still have coverage issues at corner. So, it's not a secret, folks. It's on film for everybody to see. You know, and credit to Tom Brady for using it against us. You know, I credit the people that deserve it on other teams when they play us. I do. Because he was smart enough to take advantage of it. And so have like 3 or 4 other teams that have played us so far in the last 6 weeks. So it's not new, folks. It really isn't. What I urge people to do is to stay patient with this team. Is to be patient. You know, there was a lot of talent on this team. There's a lot of bright spots on this team this year so far. We still have 1 game left. You know, but, you know, keep that in mind. But thus far, you know, the fact that we're even in this playoff race says a lot about who we are. The tenacity, the determination, the grit, the backbone, the spine, you know. Yeah, and just changing out personnel, the little things that Wilkes has put into this season. And that Matt Rule was never able to do. And I have to say this, as plainly as I can, and I'm not going to mince words. Matt Rule cost us the playoffs. Matt Rule cost us the playoffs. If you think back to the first 5 games, yes, we did beat the Saints. That was a major win that we needed. But if that 5-game stretch had not been tainted by Matt Rule, and we had drafted the proper people before the season started, that garbage would have never happened. We would have controlled the division by at least a game or two. We all know this, folks. We all know this. It's obvious. It's plain as day. So, what I'm saying to you is, if Steve Wilkes can do that, which is that amount of games, be patient and sign the man for 2 years if you're not confident enough to sign him for 3. Let him get through this cap situation. Let us make sure we build up this roster and replace whoever we lose in this offseason due to the cap successfully. Then it's all upward building from there. All upward building. We can't. The only way we get in our own way is by, hiring the wrong offensive coordinator at that point, which I don't think is going to happen. Because Wilkes is interested in Brian Johnson, the quarterback coach from Philadelphia. And right now, I show support for that. I do offer an alternative option as well. Scott Turner would be an interesting choice as well. Although I lean more towards Brian Johnson at this point. Seeing what the Turners have done with our offense. So, right now, I lean more towards Sean. Towards the quarterback coach from Philly. I think that's a smart play right now. Now, should we go after that quarterback from Florida? Maybe not. Maybe not. After what we've seen, maybe not. We don't always have to follow the rumors and go after whoever they're suggesting that would come with that offensive coordinator. We could go defensive end, we could go corner, we could go defensive tackle, we could go linebacker. We have other needs. You know what I mean? And we could also go left guard, which is what I'm suggesting that we do. So everybody's got a different opinion on this. So here's my question, and I'm actually going to create a poll for this, I believe, if I could do that. Here's my question for everybody. You have 2 roads that we can go down from here on. The first one is that we try to win the Saints game and we pad Steve Wilkes' resume to get hired. That does cost us an A+ player and degrades us to an A player, graded player, in the first round, which is not a terrible thing. We may end up going with our second choice on our draft board, which, that worked out okay with J.C. Horn, right? The last time we did this. So, no complaints if that ends up happening. And I trust Scott to find the right person. And the other road has us losing the Saints game, but playing a really, really tough game and making ourselves look good, and further trying to pad up Steve Wilkes' resume. Although not reaching 20 points would make us look bad on offense. So I don't know, if that's the proper road we should go down. Because it will not help Steve Wilkes' resume. It'll make him look like, oh, well, he doesn't know how to command an offense. In that, if you're riding down that road, our first choice on our draft board instead of our second one. You see what I mean, guys? This is why this is a tough call. It really is. We're in a very interesting position here. There's pluses and minuses to both roads. But, like I said, excuse me. Like I said, I wanted to ride out this season because I wanted Steve Wilks as our head coach. I still believe in Steve Wilks. Enough to sacrifice a couple of draft picks? You bet. But are we sure we want to go down that road? Just to solidify his resume, though, which is already airtight. That's my point I'm trying to make here, is which road do you want to go down? And like I said, I'll put some polls up because I'm not entirely sure what people are going to think we should do here. Because it's going to be split 50-50 down the middle on people that want to pad the resume versus not pad the resume and keep the draft pick. Because if you keep the draft pick, we stay in the top 10. If you don't, it's 10 to 15 range, but we still get a really good player. And in either case, we don't necessarily have to get a quarterback because we have Sam Darnold. I want Sam re-signed. I want PJ re-signed. And then we find out who Matt Corral is in training camp. That's who I think what the plan is there for the quarterback room. Now, not everybody is going to agree with that. But this is the plan right now until we can find a franchise quarterback that we can train up. And this draft class is not it. We're not going to find one in this one. So, what I'm suggesting to you is either we go through the quarterback carousel in 24 or we try to find a franchise quarterback in the draft in 24. So stay patient. It's just one more getting through the fire and flames. But once we get through those fire and flames, good things are going to happen. Because there's nothing but upward building, like I said. So, be patient with this team. We may end up sitting out the playoffs in 23 as well. We'll see. If we do, so be it. At least we get a franchise quarterback, right? That's what y'all are asking for. But right now we need to build up that defense because that defense got absolutely pummeled in yesterday's game. And I think we need to shore this thing up. We need to seal it up airtight. Then we can start focusing on that quarterback issue and make sure that we get the right guy. Don't screw this up when we get our opportunity in 24. Because we won't get another one. We won't get another one, y'all. So, once we got the money to spend, then we can think about who we want, out of that quarterback carousel as well. We'll have options. We won't just be restricted to the draft. We'll have options. And when we get to that point, I'll put up polls on who you guys think we should get once all the quarterbacks have been cut and released and everything else. And there's rumors of trades and stuff like that. We'll throw them out there. We'll address that when it's time. Right now, the focus is on this defense, shoring it up. Without a questionable doubt, we need to shore it up. We also need a left guard because I don't think Michael Jordan is it. I'm not sold on this dude, man. I'm not sold on him. So, I love him as a person, but I'm not sold on him on the field. you know, and I don't. I think he's on the list of players that are not going to be re-signed for this year coming up in this offseason. So, with that in mind, we do need to draft a left guard. That is critical. That is absolutely critical considering Bozeman is on the list to get re-signed. And Foreman is as well. You got to ensure Bozeman gets signed first. That's the priority. We have got to have Bozeman. I'm making Bozeman the main priority of this offseason. If you don't get Bozeman back in here on a smaller deal, let him take a pay cut and stay in Carolina. But frankly, I'd love to have him locked in for 3 or 4 years if we could do it. I want him to stay here. I don't want him to go anywhere else. Because a center that talented and that skilled, if you let him go to somebody else, it's going to be hard to replace that right there. Nearly impossible to get the next Ryan Khalil 3.0. Bozeman, in my opinion, is 2.0. The next guy up would be 3.0. And you got to keep a guy like that on your roster. It's got to happen. I think we'll be okay. I'd prefer to keep Foreman here, as I'm sure everybody would. But, I mean, if you look at the practice squad, we still got Spencer Brown down there. And I like the potential of Spencer Brown. I do, as a third-string running back. I like Chuba. I like Blackshear. And I think Spencer Brown would be running back number 3 if we don't keep Foreman. If it gets too expensive, we'll be all right. But the priority is we need to put all of that money into Bozeman. All of it. Bozeman and Brian Burns. Those are the 2 priorities. If we don't re-sign those 2, we are screwed for the 2023 season. We all know this to be true. We all know it, folks. It's as obvious as day and night. And I think, yes, you could draft a center. I mean, yes, you could draft a defensive end. But we're trade. That's the one that started it. Towards a weird value chart, which I don't feel comfortable with, because if you have to give up the house for a quarterback, your entire future for a quarterback, it's not worth it, unless it's, a guy like Patrick Mahomes, maybe I might think about it, but otherwise I wouldn't do it. It's got to be that level or no, not at all, because these teams are asking for 2 firsts and an extra pick plus a player, and it just gets to an enormous amount that's just ridiculous, and you don't want to do that. And I've seen people like asking for that all year round, and I'm like, why? No. We've got too many needs for that. We got way too many needs for that. Don't do this, folks. Please don't do this. I'm begging y'all, please don't do this. We're smarter than that. Come on now. Point being, I do think we've found our 3 quarterbacks for 2023. Now, I did not say what order these guys would be in the depth chart. I said we found our 3 quarterbacks for next year. And I'm satisfied with them. I think those 3 quarterbacks will get us through 2023. Now, if you want to go out and sign like a 4th guy, fine by me. Because we've had a lot of quarterback injuries, and most of it's been due to the offensive line. But I'm cool with it. I greenlight it. If you find somebody that's cheap and able to help us out, by all means. Maybe somebody from the Canadian League, maybe somebody from the XFL. Cool with it. But we gotta have somebody ready to go. I don't know anything about the guy in the practice squad, so I'm gonna leave that one where it is. But yeah, our three quarterbacks. Once we reset back to normal, we need an offensive coordinator that can start opening up the playbook a lot more than what we're doing right now. I don't feel that this offensive coordinator is it for 2023 and going forward. But once the NFL resets, if you play the way we've been playing into 23, it's not going to result in good results. The South is still going to suck. Make no mistake about it, the South is still going to suck. But the rest of the league is going to be advancing with their offenses. They're going to be adapting to each other. So what we need to do is adapt with them, or we get left behind. Point blank. And, if you don't get the right offensive coordinator, we're going to get left behind. That's just the way it is. If we stick with the guy we've got right now, we get left behind. So, no disrespect to his coaching style and coordinating style, because it's good for game managers and it's good for bridging the gap in franchises, which is a good thing. And that's useful in its own way in the league, but we're ready to take that next step forward. Y'all know what I mean? Like, we're ready to take that next step. Once we get the players that we need under Wilkes, we can't keep this dude around. I don't see the point in doing it. Like, yeah, we've gotten 24 to 28 points, normally, against average to below average defenses. And then you face the Lions defense, which is absolutely atrocious, and yeah, you're going to get 32 out of it, naturally. But what happens when these defenses reset due to the draft, free agency, money starts flowing into these franchises and they start getting the people that they need? Then you're in trouble. If you don't adapt, you're in trouble. It's as simple as that. So, we're going to be rolling with 14 to 21 points a game after that. Once everybody resets and gets better defenses. And depending on our schedule, it's not going to look pretty. We're not going to be able to keep up with these guys. We're going to have to rely on that defense to help us win games. And if we don't reset this defense and make it airtight, we're in trouble. Point blank, we're in trouble. So do y'all see where the priorities lie going into this offseason? Do you see why this is so important now? We got to make this defense airtight. And as far as I'm concerned, position-wise, I don't want to give away what we're doing. Because I do know that scouts do watch this channel, so I'm not going to give away our game plan right now. I want them to get deep into the game planning, like a week before the draft, to where they can't change it at that point. Inside of that week, right before the draft. And then I'll throw out there what I think we really want to do. I'm not going to say which day. Because I'm going to troll these people, man. I'm going to troll the heck out of them. We're going to throw out like a bunch of decoys. And you guys are going to know which one is the real one. Because you guys have been following this channel for the longest time. You guys know which one is the real one that we're really going to be doing. But hopefully most of these decoys fool some of these scouts. That's what I'm hoping will happen. They're not necessarily checking out our channel right now. That's why I'm kind of a little more open about what positions we really want to go for. You know, and more open about saying them. But again, like, when you get up to 500 subs on YouTube, the scouts start paying attention. You know, when the friend be a little more cautious as a Panthers YouTuber. So, and I've had to learn that over the past 2 years. So, because they centered in on one or two of my people that were on my chart because of the mock drafts. So, I'm a lot more careful about what I do now. But y'all will know which ones are the real ones. There will be no doubt. Because anyone that really knows this team like we do, you know, will understand which ones are the real ones that I'm really gunning for. You know, and I'm going to hide it real well. So, and I'm going to ask that people don't spoil it in chat. Because they do read chat as well. Alright? So what we'll do is we'll throw out a bunch of names in chat. You know. And we'll try to get people to hone in on the real ones here in the chat and the channel, so that the ones that are not it, the scouts will probably go for. That's the strategy right now. So, like I said, I don't want to give away too much too early. But we obviously need a left guard. I've been saying that all year. We need a defensive end. We need a linebacker. More specifically, a middle linebacker. To cover the field and help Shaq out and help Frankie out. We need a workhorse type like Frankie. That's what we need. And we also need a safety to replace Sean Chandler. I think we got one. It's Kenny Robinson in the practice squad, but we'll see. You know, do we want to do that or not? Do we think we can get a better safety late rounds? You know, maybe. You know, it's not a main priority right now. It's a depth chart move. You know what I mean? If I did see that Trey Boston came to the Lions game, and I'm slightly interested in that one. You know, I would rather have a Jekyll and Hyde Trey Boston than I would Sean Chandler out there on defensive stretches. Absolutely, I would. A 50-50 Trey Boston outweighs that any day of the week. So, you know, if you feel that signing Trey Boston back here is a good idea in 23, if we've still got some money left over, I'd say do it. You know? But if we can get a better safety in the draft for cheap on a rookie deal, I say that's the priority over that. I do like Josh Norman being here. I think if we can settle him into a long-term deal, I would love to see it. maybe 2 or 3 years. Let's see if we can get the most out of him during that time. If he's not it, then we move on and we get another corner in the next draft. Simple as that. You know, I, you know what? In fact, let's put him on a 2-year deal. Let's do 2 years. Let's be safe about this. Because there are a lot of people complaining about the fact that he kept getting burnt by running backs. So let's be safe. 2-year deal on a cheap contract. I think he'll want to stay here. Obviously, we need a third corner. And this would actually save us a draft pick, or we could actually spend it on a corner if we wish. It's our choice. Personally, I would still get the corner anyway in the draft, just to be sure. Um, just for insurance purposes, just in case Josh Norman doesn't work out. In coverage. Because it's not 2015 anymore. Let's be real. He has lost a couple of steps, but he's still Josh Norman at the end of the day. So, I think we exercise caution here and we do go for a corner in this draft. I'm not going to say where we're getting a corner in this draft, but I've got some idea of where we should start looking. Again, don't want to give too much away. It's too early. It's way too early. I mean, there's going to be a lot of time for this later on. So, the priority right now is re-signings and making sure that Wilkes gets hired as head coach. That's the priority. If you have complete faith in Wilkes, we need him here. We need him signed. 2-year deal at minimum. I want to see it happen. Bozeman, same thing. 2-year deal at minimum. We've got to lock this dude in. He's got to stay here. There ain't no two ways about it. He's got to stay here. And I mean, granted, he had like a couple of bad plays in yesterday's game. Yes, he had a couple of bad plays in the Lions game as well. But I think if you keep working with him and be patient with him, he'll figure it out. You know what I mean? He'll get that straightened out. So, all I'm asking for, Panthers fans, is a little patience, man. Just a little patience. Just a little patience, man. Because I think we're almost there. We're almost there. And if we can get through this mountainous terrain of 2023, I think it's smooth sailing as far as building is concerned. But this is a heck of a Mount Everest that we got to cross over in this off season. There's a lot of challenges. Think of it as in terms of like hiking up a mountain, right? A mountaintop. Okay, let's think of your favorite mountain that you like to hike up. If you're a hiker. Consider all the challenges involved with that, like maybe, lack of oxygen once you get up to the high top peaks, stuff like that. Think about maybe you left some gear down at the bottom of the mountain that you needed. Maybe, and maybe you have it. Who knows, right? You're questioning whether you have it or not. So you're checking your pack, you're seeing what you got, what you don't have. That's where we're at right now. We're evaluating what we have versus what we don't have. And as a team. And you see this gigantic mountain in front of you and you say, the first step is making sure that your travel buddy, that your group leader out of that hiking group knows where they're going, what they're doing, what they packed, everything down to a T. You know, because if any one thing is lacking, you're in trouble once you get up halfway up that mountain, right? That's where we're at right now. And I believe that Steve Wilkes is that leader of that group. He represents the leader. And as far as I'm concerned, he is checking stuff off those lists right now. And you know, he's helping us to evaluate what's in our backpacks and you know, as far as player and personnel, and he's figuring out what we need. You know, he's choosing the right people for the climb. And if we get Steve Wilkes in as a permanent head coach, I think once he selects his crew and he selects our personnel and add in the fact that we're having trouble money wise as far as like we're on a budget trying to get this climb to happen, you know, over this mountain. Um, Once we get past those budget issues, then we're just fine, you know. It should be smooth sailing from there on. Uh, the 23 season will be the downhill climb once you get to the top, you know. Um, and battle this huge mountain on the way up is the off season. That's what you're dealing with. It's a massive climb at the moment. But if we can take care of all of our business and make sure that we got everything that we need, you know, and consider the well, I'll say this. The end of the 23 season will be after you've already gotten off the other side of the mountain and you've gotten you made the climb during the regular season. You know, I'm trying to figure out where everything should go. You know, compartmentalizing in my mind. You know, with this, maybe I was right at first. Maybe we do all the preparation work here in the off season before we start the climb in 23. Maybe that's what we do. And the season is the climb. Maybe. Um, Either way, we've got a lot of work to do. And it starts with making sure we got the right leader. That's the point I'm trying to make. You know, it all starts there. We get the right leader, then we start checking our pack, making sure we got everything that we need. We check the money situation. We remove what we don't need, get what we do need. You know, let Scott Fitterer work his magic, as far as that's concerned. Um, Resign people that we need to resign. Then it's on to the climb. You know, it's on to the draft. You know, the final step before the draft, the climb up the mountain, is the draft in this visual. And I know I'm jumping around all over the place, and I apologize. My brain's like ADHD this morning, so I apologize. We get through this offseason with a sense of direction that we know where we're going. We're confident in what we have, staff wise, players wise, you know, money wise, everything. You know, then I see a lot of good things from there on. This offseason is the mountain, though. It really is. So, Um, I think going forward, we need to have a sense of patience and a sense of pride in this team for what they've done so far. You know, because we never expected to be here, man. We never expected to be where we were at the end of this. And yeah, the season record is not that great, but nobody else is in the South either. I mean, come on. Let's be real here. Um, so like I said, man, this year is a moral victory for us. It's a moral victory consider we got to the 6 to 9 range of wins like I predicted at the beginning of the year. It's definitely a moral victory. Um, and we should be very, very proud of that as a team. You know, bouncing back into that range that I predicted to begin with. Um, I said 6 to 9 wins at the beginning of the year. We got 6. We're here. You know, we have a chance for a 7th. You know, which I mean, do we want it or not? You know, that's the main question here. You know, do we want it or not? But you know, I'm happy with 6. You know, if we stay in the top 10 in the draft order, I'm happy with 6. I'm equally as satisfied if we try to bump up Steve Wilkes' resume with a 7th win. Either way would satisfy me. So, I mean, I'm 50-50 on this decision, you know? And it becomes a really, really big decision for our franchise. We got bumped up to 9, by the way, in the draft. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if we win against the Saints, we get dropped out of the top 10. If we lose against the Saints, we stay in the top 10. As I said earlier in the stream, I don't think that Steve Wilkes has anything else left to prove on his resume. I really don't. We have done everything that we could, you know, to get to these playoffs, and we couldn't do it based on the talent that we had, you know, and it's okay. We came up just short, but the fact that we came up that short and we came that close to making it says a lot about our character and what we're trying to do. And it says a lot about Steve Wilkes. Speaks volumes about this man as a coach. So, this game is a meaningless game. We are out of the playoffs. That helps us with our draft order. You know, it can mean the difference between getting a guy like Penei Sewell versus J.C. Horn. Case in point, since we couldn't get Sewell, we ended up with J.C. Horn. You know, so that's exactly what I'm trying to explain to people. You know, case in point, that's exactly what happened when we won that Washington game when we didn't need to. You know, back in 2000. We didn't need to do that. There was no point. Why win a meaningless game when we don't need to? And that pick still haunts me, man. It still does. It still haunts me. I got so frustrated with that because we had Matt Rule as a head coach. You know, we had Marty as the GM, and we weren't even sure if this was going to happen, you know, to where we could get a good player out of that draft. But thankfully, we got a great GM, which is Scott Fitterer, and we ended up just fine, you know. So you can't foresee those things, and I'm just glad things panned out the way they did. We got lucky, guys. We got real lucky. And I'm going to need to see some appreciation and love for Scott Fitterer right now, because this man is keeping us in this race, for the future. He's keeping us from falling all the way to the bottom of the league. We are like on thin ice when it comes to that. We can either go upwards or we can go downwards. But Scott Fitterer came along and he changed that entire status quo, man. And you got to show some love to this man. You got to. So, but the draft is specifically set up that way to help teams that are at the bottom of the league go up. That's the way it is. And the NFL says, oh, wait. We want to keep the spirit of competition alive. Well, you shouldn't have made the draft the way you did. Point blank. In fact, that goes against what you're trying to do. What other system actually benefits a team at the bottom of the league? What other system? You got the NBA lottery, that clearly doesn't work. You got the hockey one, that doesn't work. The baseball one doesn't work. Come on. So it's a lack of understanding of how the NFL draft is set up. That's why people have these opinions. And I don't blame them. It's just, you got to look this stuff up. You got to understand why these things are in place, before you start complaining about meaningless games. Point blank. Before we start having that conversation, think about that. Don't just walk blindly into a debate or a conversation without opening your mind and looking this stuff up. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing these days, is they just don't look this stuff up. And it frustrates me. It frustrates me a lot, actually. Adam says, I obviously don't hope we lose to the Saints. I never want us to lose, but I don't want to be out of the top 10. Yeah, for sure, but I'll never want us to not win. But I do agree, yeah. There's certain circumstances where I'm okay with us not winning. Because of the draft. As far as like meaningless games. Of course I want this team to succeed. I want it to win. But there's certain times that the draft strategy has to come into play. It has to. And as much as we don't want to see this team lose, if we show up and we play a great game, as far as I'm concerned, that's a victory in and of itself. Because we have shown we're showing that competitive spirit. We came to play. Yes, we came up a little short, but we're showing everybody who we are. At the same time. And there's no quit in this team. And I'm not saying just like come out and like score 0 points and like not show up on defense at all in these situations. That's not what I'm saying when I say let's take that L and get a better draft spot. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is play your best ball, and if you come up short, you come up short. That helps us in the draft. If it's an L, it's an L. There's certain times that you want to not win and get draft picks. It's just better that way because of an understanding of the draft order. So, if you don't like it, change it. That's the point I'm trying to make, NFL. If you don't like it, change it. But find me a better system, though. If you can't find me a better system, then leave it. It significantly hurt us to be down 3 of our best corners that game. Yes, it did. Everybody knows who Keith Taylor is. Everybody knows who CJ was. Everybody knows that both of these guys had coverage issues. It's a known fact. It's on tape. It's been on tape all year. Okay, so don't blame Tom Brady when you start taking advantage of it. You know? Don't blame these corners for being who they are. You know, it's not their fault. We all know who they are. So, if you want to get mad at anybody, get mad at Tom. You know? Because Tom was not supposed to do what he did yesterday. That was out of character for him this year. You know, he went back to the old Tom Brady where he was just slaying people. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily give him a spark on offense. I'm saying we put no pressure on him at all. That D-line did not show up at all. When Gross Matos is your top pass rusher in the first half, you're doing something wrong. Point blank. I'll say this again. When Gross Matos is your top pass rusher in the first half, your D-line is not showing up. Period. Point blank. It's embarrassing. Burns got completely taken out of most of these plays yesterday. Brown was sitting there in the middle trying to get some run stops, but Frankie was the only one that really stepped up. You know, so, I mean, the team that played on Sunday was the team that played Pittsburgh, realistically. Except offensively, we started to put up some points towards the end. But, realistically, it was the same team that played Pittsburgh, and we can't win a game against Brady playing like that. Not when he's playing up to his full potential like he normally does. But yeah, don't blame these guys on defense for being who they are in the secondary. Don't do that. It's not their fault. We all knew these issues. It's not a secret. Worst part, we played lockdown defensive until the start of the fourth quarter. Yeah, that's true. Our D-line did stop the run on that last drive. You know, we stopped the draw plays to run out the clock on us. So I do give credit to our D-line on that. But for the most part, you know, our secondary just got burnt, man. And that's just not it. If we want to beat Tom Brady. And Sam had 2 interceptions. Actually, it was listed as 1. Let me check the stats real quick because I think it was just listed as 1. Yeah, it was only listed as 1. And DJ had DJ not broken up that pass. Yeah, that's true. That would have been a second one. I agree with you, Corey. You're right. He had no choice but to commit that penalty, man. He had no choice. And I don't blame him at all. You know, you got to do what you got to do to try to win games. And it came down to 3 factors. I mean, turnovers, the line, and of course our corners just getting burnt. That's really what it came down to. Getting no pressure on Brady. Which is uncharacteristic for our team because we've had a very, very good pass rush throughout the year. We've been very, very careful about taking care of the ball. And our corners are who they are. So it's not like you should expect anything different on those fronts. And realistically, most Panther fans did not expect anything different going into this game. But it's interesting because Tampa Bay is not typically known for causing turnovers throughout the year either. So I found that really interesting when I was watching on Sunday because I was like, half of these we did to ourselves. Realistically, we did it to ourselves. I mean, man, we had 6 total fumbles in that game. 6. 6 fumbles. Yikes. You can't win a game doing that. It would have been 7 if Josh Smith had stayed out there at punt returner. We all know this. Numbers now, but they are what they are. And those 6 people that fumbled are Sam Darnold, TMJ, and Chuba Hubbard. Those are the 3 that fumbled. Sam had 3. Lost 2 of them. Terrence Marshall had 2. Lost none of them. Chuba had 1, and he lost none of them. Ugh, excuse me. Ugh. But you can't go into a game against Tom Brady fumbling that much and expect to win. Point blank, you can't. It's that simple. I guess we'll go through the well, what time is it? 10? Okay, 12:10. We'll go through the playoff tree real quick, and then after the break, we will center in on the stats of the game and talk about what teams won what games. Or we'll do that before the break, actually. We'll do that before the break. We'll do what teams won what games this week and why. We'll quickly go through this. Okay, so Dallas beat the Titans. I expected that. Dallas is the better team. Falcons beat the Cardinals. I had kind of a suspicion they would. Lions over the Bears. Obviously the Lions. Jaguars over the Texans. I had that one predicted. They're clearly the better team right now, and they put up a lot of offense. Let's see. If you look at the score of that game, give me one moment. I'm going to get this stuff on the screen for you. I don't know why it's not working right now. Give me just a moment. Do a little troubleshooting here. You know what I mean? Give me just one moment. There we go. All right. But yeah, if you take a look at the score, of the Jacksonville score, 31-3. I warned y'all about that Jacksonville offense. And this is before they finally flesh out that offensive line and they give Trevor Lawrence some weapons. And he's already putting up 31 points. I warned y'all about them. Trevor Lawrence and Etienne together are monsters. Matter of fact, let me look up the numbers on both of them for this game. Shout out to Stephanie. How you doing? Shout out to Corey McKinney. Appreciate both of y'all. On Facebook. Trevor Lawrence, 17 for 21, 152 yards. You know, not one of Trevor's best games, but look at Etienne's numbers. 9 carries, 106 yards, and a touchdown. Proving that Travis Etienne can stay with some of the better running backs in the league, man. He can stay with some of the top ones out there. If you just give him a line, those numbers will double. I can guarantee you. You give Trevor a line, those numbers will double. So, point blank, man. Jags offense is going to be no joke in 23, man. Y'all better be ready for it. Because they're going to be drafting some linemen. They're going to be shoring up that defense of theirs. They're going to be a nasty team next year. I'm calling it right now. They're already 8-8, 4-5 away right now. And that's without a line. Imagine what they look like with a line. Give them time. That's all I'm saying. Jaguars fans, get ready. Because you're about to be in for a fun ride. If this management knows what they're doing in Jacksonville. Alright, so. Detroit putting up 41 points. I mean, that's just, oof. You expected Detroit to come back and bounce back from their loss to us, you know, in a big way offensively, and they responded. I think that just fired them up for this playoff run. So we'll see what happens. Moving on, you got New England and Miami. New England wins at home. It's Belichick, man. That's expected. I mean, it's Belichick. But that was a tough battle right there for that 7th seed in the AFC playoffs. So, you know, my thoughts on that are, you know, it's Belichick. Miami hasn't been playing the best ball as of lately, but they got out-coached. Frankly, they just got out-coached by the better guy. Belichick's been doing this for the longest time, guys. He knows what he's doing. And his formula still works. Therefore, you see a win. Giants, 38-10 over the Colts. Expected, but not the amount of points the Giants scored, though. That I did not expect. I was not looking for that. The Colts defense must be a little weaker than I thought they were. Go figure, right? Saints over the Eagles. Now, there's the shocker of the week. Now, that we were not expecting to happen. That Saints defense shut down the Eagles, man. Wow. Wow. How about that one? And I mean, after that that game they had the last week against Dallas, the Eagles defense looked weak. I'll grant you that. They did strengthen up, and they held the Saints to 20, as usual. But their offense, their offense struggled. As evidenced by the score. So I'm a little surprised by that. That essentially is what knocked us out of the playoffs. Because if the Eagles had won that game like they were supposed to, we would still be in the hunt. You know, we would still have to battle the Saints next week and try to get that division crown. But we would need the Falcons to beat Tampa Bay to be able to take it. So, without the Eagles winning this game, we're out. And it's a doggone shame, man. The Eagles just did not show up. They laid down. They didn't help us out. So, moving on, Cleveland over Washington. Now that's a bit of a surprise, considering Washington has been trying to get that 7th seed of the NFC playoffs. To see them lay down to Cleveland is not a good sign for Washington fans. Not a good sign at all. That means Seattle is still in the race. And as such, they beat the Jets 23-6 today, this week. And, that's a good opportunity for Seattle to maybe squeeze into this playoff race. We'll see what happens. San Fran beat the Raiders in overtime. You expected a San Fran win, but you did not expect San Fran's defense to give up 34 points. That was uncharacteristic for them. So, I mean, is the Raiders' offense for real? Question mark? Stay tuned if you're a Raiders fan. I mean, a lot of Raiders fans are asking that question right now. Is their offense for real? You know, because they haven't shown much of a real competitive edge over some of the better defenses out there until this game. I mean, is San Fran resting their starters? Probably. Then you've got Green Bay over Minnesota. Now, this is another shocker. For Green Bay to put up 41 points in that game is a little bit of a shocker. I did not expect 41. Did I expect Green Bay to maybe pull off an upset here in Lambeau Field? Maybe. You know. But did I expect 41 points? No. Not at all. So, this has been the week of surprising upsets, so stay tuned because you're about to see another one. Moving on to the Chargers against the Rams. 31-10 over the Rams. Expected there. And then finally, you got Pittsburgh over Baltimore. In Baltimore, by the way. Very, very impressive win, Pittsburgh. I did not expect your defense to show up the way it did in that game. Well done. You know, I think Pittsburgh's defense is on the rise. Uh, that being said, you've got Cincinnati. I'm picking Cincinnati. This is in the Bengals' house, and they've got the more complete team than Buffalo does. They got more weaponry. This is going to be a nasty game, man. Buffalo's defense is going to shut them down for a good chunk of it, but eventually the Bengals offense will start to open up and find those holes and gaps. Same with Buffalo's offense. They'll, under Kyler Murray, they're going to finally figure out where those holes are in that secondary, and they're going to take advantage of them. It's just a matter of when. It's not if, it's when. Neither one of these defenses is infallible. So we're going to find out which one is better than the other. And I'm banking on that Bengals defense right now. If I'm a betting man, I'm betting on that Bengals defense. So, although you never know, man. That's going to be a tight one for the Vegas bettors, man. It is. It is for real. They got their hands full on that one. Alright, so that's kind of taking you around the league there. Let's kind of brush up on the playoff race here as it stands right now. We got Tampa locking in the South versus the Cowboys. That's going to be an early exit for the Buccaneers. As of right now, if you counted these games right now, Vikings versus the Giants. Vikings would beat the Giants and proceed to take on Dallas. Up here in the top, you got Philadelphia with a first round bye. That's not going to change. San Fran with the second seed is not going to change either. So you're dealing with a possible Seattle Seahawks team here in the 7th seed. The 7th and 6th are still shifting around right now. So, eyes open. Washington is still there. Even though they lost that one game, they're still in it. Barely. But let's find out what happens when we start picking games here in Week 18. And we'll do that right before we take a break. And then when we come back from the break, we'll be doing stats from the Panthers and Buccaneers game. So let's do this first. We're going with the Chiefs over the Raiders, locking in their first seed. What happens if the Raiders win? That locks Buffalo into first seed. Chiefs would get second seed. There's a lot of things that can happen in this week coming up because a lot of people are going to be resting their starters for the playoffs if they've got a spot locked up, or even if their seeding is going to change, but they're still in the playoffs regardless, like the Chiefs. So, I think the Chiefs will win this game, but it's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a shootout, as evidenced by that last game that Oakland just played and almost took it home, man. They almost took it home in overtime. So, respect to the Raiders for that tenacity in that fight. It just wasn't enough, though. And I think that's what's going to happen here with Kansas City is Patrick Mahomes is just going to shred them. And ultimately win that game. A really, really good ball lately. And I gotta bet on the Jags, man. But what happens if the Titans win this game? The Titans get into the playoffs. So this is a playoff spot right here at 4th seed. Up for grabs. Who wants it more? I mean, it's a 50-50 game. Who wants it more? And if I'm a betting man, I'm looking at that number 8 ranked offense and I'm saying, you know what? I'll take the Jags. I'll take the Jags. They're getting more points per game. You know, they're giving up less points per game. And they've got an 8th ranked offense. Versus this garbage offense that the Titans have and the halfway decent defense. Yeah. Jags. Jags take it. They're in the playoffs. Now, can they get past the Chargers in the first round? Probably not. But we'll find out, you know. That's the weaker division of all of them in the AFC right now. Probably the weakest. So moving on to the Falcons and Bucks. Falcons over the Bucks. Bucks have already secured their playoff spot. Falcons are just looking to spoil any hopes of a decent record for Tampa. And Tampa's going to be resting their starters. So, I got Falcons on that one. Bills against the Patriots. Now, here's the interesting part. If the Bills win this game, Miami gets in. If the Patriots beat the Bills, Patriots end up with a rematch with the Bills in the first round. Immediately following this game right here. Same scenario where they're at Buffalo. Isn't that interesting, folks? That's got me baffled right there, man. Wow. How many times have you seen that happen? That's crazy. Alright, so moving on to the Vikings and Bears games. Obviously, the Vikings win over the Bears. Bears are terrible. Even with the Vikings starters resting, that's a win. Now, Ravens and Bengals. Ravens are not in right now. However, they could affect the records and get themselves in the 5th seed by winning this game. I'm calling a major upset right here. I say Baltimore actually pulls off an upset with the Bengals resting their starters. Because if the Bengals win this game, they get up to 2nd seed. And the Ravens still are in. So in either scenario, Ravens are in. I'm going to change that up. I'm going to say Bengals win. Bengals win, but Ravens take that 6th seed. As of right now. Lions over Green Bay. Securing their spot in the 7th seed. With a big win right there. Now, if Green Bay spoils it, Green Bay gets in. Imagine that right there. After all of this frustration that Rodgers has had all year long, all he's got to do is beat the Lions. And that is a tall mountain task, if I've ever seen one, considering how well the Lions offense has been playing. It can be done. I will say this, it can be done because we managed to beat them. But I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it. Rodgers has had a history of having trouble right around playoff time. And You never know, man. You never know. Texans and Colts. So in this one, we're looking at draft order, which has Houston at the top. The Colts are 4-11. So as of right now, it would be Chicago and then Indianapolis. And then Denver. Alright, so the Colts are trying for a better draft spot. So they're going to try to let the Texans beat them. Meaning that the Texans would have a 3-win record. So would Chicago. But Houston has lost less games than Chicago. Therefore, Chicago would take the number 1 pick. Followed by Houston, 3-13. Followed then by either Denver or Indianapolis after this game is complete. Because of the tie makes all the difference in the world. The tie works oppositely when you're talking draft than it does for playoff records. So say that Indianapolis has this tie, they would drop a spot below Denver because of the tie. That's how that works. For those that don't know. I'll get to the comments in the chat in a second here. Then we move on to the Jets and Dolphins. Jets and Dolphins. Dolphins are playing for a playoff spot. Jets are out, pretty much. So I've got the Dolphins winning this game and staying in the hunt, but it won't matter because New England's already beat them. Panthers and Saints. This is our game here. We'll come back to that because I've got a couple of points to make there on that particular game. Eagles and Giants. The Eagles have already secured their number 1 seed. If the Giants win, they get locked into the 6th seed. They're still trying to stay in the playoffs. So either way, they're both going to be resting a bunch of starters. My question is, which one of these teams is going to come out a winner? I would bet on the Philadelphia Eagles. After that last week, they got real frustrated with that loss that they should not have taken to the Saints. So yeah, they're going to come out fighting. Pittsburgh versus the Browns. This is a tough one right here. Because neither one of these two teams are in the playoff race at all. Steelers have been playing better, so I would go with the Steelers there. Cowboys over Washington, I mean, that's not even close. Washington is out, pretty much. Chargers over the Broncos. You got to go with the Chargers here. They've still got enough weaponry to take on the Broncos. Should be a win. San Fran has enough weaponry to take on the Cards here. But it would just be a changing of seeding, really. So San Fran would probably win that one. And, of course, the Seahawks over the Rams, securing their 7th spot. Now, the Rams have an opportunity to spoil here and let the and try to get the Lions into the playoffs. But I think that's going to go to Seattle. Now, final records here. I think we're going to beat the Saints and finish up in a tie for second place with two other divisional opponents, Atlanta and the Saints. So that's what your final board is going to look like at the end of this, I think. Again, keep in mind, people are playing subs. You know, if they've got playoff locked up spots, and I've added that in. You know, I've adapted that into these picks. So that is counted. That is accounted for. Let's take a look at the comments here. Commanders are eliminated completely. If the Seahawks, Lions, or Packers win, one of them will win regardless. They'll have a better record over them. Honestly, if I was a betting man, I've got to go with Seattle here. You know, they've got the easier game and contender against them. Honestly. If the Seahawks win, they're in. Yeah. I would bet on the Seahawks at this point. Green Bay just needs to win to get in due to a divisional record breaking, being better than the Seahawks. That's true. Actually, if Eagles lose, they'll manage to be tied with Dallas. Because Dallas will have a better divisional record, they'll steal the number one spot. Not according to this board. Not according to this board, my friend. 14-3 if the Eagles win. If the Cowboys win as well, they're 13-4. So, not so fast. Dallas has to play Washington, who's not in the playoffs. And the Eagles have to play the Giants. So if the Giants win, you are correct. The entire board changes here, seeding wise. Which is a very, very bad thing for Tampa either way. I would not want to play either one of those teams right now. I'm going to be straight up with you. I frankly would rather play the Eagles than I would Dallas. Because I know that Eagles defense has some really soft spots. And it's going to be a challenge. But if you're playing Dallas first round, good luck. That's all I got to say. Easy exit for Tampa. You're not keeping up with Dak. You're just not. So, frankly, point being, I do see the Eagles beating the Giants here in Week 18 and just securing their number one spot. I would very much prefer playoff circuit does not run through San Francisco. I hope not. Yeah, I'd rather it run through Philadelphia. So, you're going to have Minnesota versus the Giants. Minnesota should beat the Giants. Most likely, they will, with all their starters in. Like I said, it'll depend on injuries. If the Vikings have a lot of injuries and they're going in beat up, then the Giants will be able to take advantage of that and make it a game. But if not, then I got odds on the Vikings for sure. San Fran over Seattle's a rematch right there. I got San Fran. That defense is going to come out roaring and ready to go against Seattle. They're going to have an extra to prove in that game. And that's first round wild card, Eagles would play San Fran in the second round. San Fran would win again. As I've said before, San Fran is the front runner in the NFC picture right now because of that defense. You take away that defense, then it becomes Dallas's NFC picture to look at, So Dallas would then go up against Minnesota and they would win. So Dallas and San Fran for the NFC Championship. And we'll see what happens there. On the AFC picture, you got the Chargers versus Jacksonville. Chargers win. Next one up, Baltimore against Buffalo. Buffalo beats Baltimore. So it would be Buffalo versus the Chargers, second round. Bengals versus New England. Bengals win. They face KC second round. And they win that one too. Bengals are the top front runner in the AFC, as far as I'm concerned. Buffalo could challenge them, which is what I see happening in the AFC. So there you go. Bengals would be going to the Super Bowl because of their better overall team than Buffalo. And they're about to prove that this week against the Ravens. So they've got the better overall team, and it's going to show on the scoreboard. No question about it. You'd rather play Dallas personally if you're the Tampa Bay Bucks? Chargers lost to the Jags back in September, so Chargers might lose again versus the Jags. I don't think so, not this time. I think that last game was a fluke that the Jags offense put up against the Texans. It's overinflated. You're playing the Texans. The Texans are awful. Come on. And as for the Chargers, you look at that Chargers score. That's legitimate. That's 31-10 over the Rams, who have been struggling as well. But I mean, the Chargers have the better team, in my opinion. Yeah, the Jags have a really good defense, but it could come down to a real close score, though. But I think the Chargers will take it. And both teams have adapted since September, so it's not the same two teams anymore. Looking at this entire picture, man, it's pretty clear that I think it's going to be a Cincinnati Bengals versus whoever in the NFC battle. Whoever wins against Dallas and San Fran. That's what it's going to be. One of those two is going to the Super Bowl versus the Bengals. And I'm thinking it's going to be San Fran. If I was a betting man, I'd go San Fran. Bengals versus San Fran. I got the Bengals taking the Super Bowl. That's what I'm looking at. Now, this has been a weird year, so you never know. Guys, you never know what could happen. I could be way off here. Excuse me. Like I said, a lot of upsets can happen. A lot of weird things can happen this year in these playoffs. So, don't count my word for it, at the end of the day. Because I could be off, and you could see some upsets. So, end of the day, I'm just happy Lions clawed its way to a possible playoff game. Yeah, I hear you, man. Same thing with my Panthers. The fact that we even got this close, I'm happy with it. I'm very, very happy with it. Even though we got eliminated this weekend, I'm very, very pleased with what I saw this year under Steve Wilkes. So, and you guys should be very, very proud of how you guys have been playing too in Detroit. So, you guys are fighters. You have that same tenacity we do, and I got respect for that right there. And I'm happy for all the Lions fans right now that have endured way more than we have, even, to even get where you guys are. Us Panther fans want to complain about like how long it's been since we've been in the playoff race, or in the playoffs. But the Lions fans have been out of it for years and years and years, way more than we have. So, I mean, it's an adventure, man. It really is. But I think you guys should hang on to that head coach of yours and that offensive coordinator of yours in Detroit. And we're going to try to hang on to Steve Wilkes and Al Holcomb here in Carolina. And hope that pans out. But, yeah, man, next time we play you guys, you should definitely jump on stream with us and help react to that game. That would be a lot of fun to have you in there. And talking about your Lions team, and we would be talking about our Panthers team here, and it would just be a great stream, Anybody that's a fan of a different team that ends up playing my Panthers, please do contact me, and we'll try to get you in on a stream. So that would be a lot of fun. If you got a lot of knowledge about your team, please do share it. We all would benefit from it, and I fully encourage people to do that. Lions haven't won a playoff game since 1991. And the last playoff game we had was back in either 2017 or 18. Oof. And that's when y'all had Megatron. Calvin Johnson, by the way. For those that don't know who that is. That are new to the game of football, so. And I'm not just going to assume that everybody that comes in here knows about football. So we got newcomers that come into this channel that are just learning about the game and stuff like that, so. Every once in a blue moon, we have those people, so, that being said, speaking of the Commanders, I actually saw the new mascot. It's a pig. It's a pig. And it's actually a callback to their offensive lines from back in the day. So, in a way, I kind of like it, but at the same time, it's kind of stupid too. But, if you've been a Washington fan or if you've been around for that long, you probably respect it a lot more than I do. I just think it's goofy looking, but that's just me. Python Knight says, so I guess I'll ask what ended up happening versus Tampa. We didn't really get to see much other than that amazing scramble punt Tampa did. Realistically, what you missed was 6 fumbles in the game. Our corners being our corners, realistically, and getting burnt crispy. And that's bound to happen when you put him one-on-one versus Mike Evans. It's not going to be a good result. Keith Taylor or CJ. But that's why you saw those inflated numbers from Mike Evans in that game, where he just like ate CJ up alive in that game. Woof. It was bad. And if you think Tom is not going to see that one-on-one on an island over there without safety help, and granted Chin and Woods have been having coverage issues lately, that's never going to end well. Yeah, and realistically, we had no pressure on Tom at all throughout the entire game. When Gross Matos is your top pass rusher for the first half, it's easy pickings for Tom. Easy pickings. He had all day back there, like he used to back in the day. So, I mean, that's never going to end well. And, realistically, our O-line had trouble as well. That Tampa Bay D-line showed up. Would have been 2 had our guy not knocked it down, so our wide receiver late in the game. He had to commit offensive pass interference, otherwise Tom gets that free first down and wins the game, basically. So I'm not even mad at that penalty. I can't even get mad at that one. We really scratched and clawed in that last 4 minutes. I got to give this defense credit. They tried, but it just wasn't enough. We shut down the 3 draw plays when they were trying to run the clock out on us and try to burn our timeouts. We did get that ball back, but we shot ourselves in the foot as usual and did our usual panthering. I mean, that's the only real way to put it. We panthered ourselves. And I'm really hoping, that we can continue to be a good team going forward after this and keep that passion and that drive alive. We didn't really get a rushing game going, which was disappointing, which did not open up our offense fully the way we wanted it to. When you look at that D-line from the Bucs, before the game even started, you're thinking, okay, this is a beat-up D-line. So, we were not expecting much out of that D-line, pass rush-wise. They come in and they put their foot on the gas pedal and they came after us, man. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Bottom line, the 3 major factors: the lines did not show up, turnovers, and our corners being our corners. This is essentially what it is, which is not new. That's not a new problem. Shaq has coverage issues. Woods has coverage issues. Chin has coverage issues. And both of our corners over on that side had issues. CJ and Keith. That's not new. That's been on tape. So, kudos to Tom for taking advantage of it and showing his knowledge of the game. And showing his ability to take advantage of it like he used to. So, I mean, what can you do? We got outplayed by Tom Brady. Um, is that going to happen with Tom Brady next week against the Falcons? Probably not. Probably not. He's got to prove that that wasn't a fluke, you know? So I think they leave him in for a good chunk of that game against the Falcons just so he could prove that it's not a fluke. I don't know, man. It's a complicated scenario. All right, so at this point, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm starting to repeat myself a little bit, but for the newcomers to the stream, we have two choices. We can either play our hardest and let that Saints game drop and keep our top 10 draft spot, or we can try to pad Wilkes' resume a little bit more with a win over the Saints and make ourselves look a little better on that record board, but drop into the 10 to 15 range on the draft board. I mean, it's a meaningless game, really, unless you're trying to get Steve Wilkes hired. So, you know, it's a big question mark here. You know, which one do you do? Which road do you travel on? Both of them have pluses and minuses. So I want to hear from the chat. What do you guys think we should do? What would you do? We know Wilkes' philosophy. He's going to try to win. But with Wilkes showing that he's already proven he can take command of this entire franchise right now and drive it forward in the right direction, you know, and checked all the boxes that he's needed to check, you know, except for the playoffs, obviously. I don't think he's got anything left to prove, in my opinion. Our current draft pick is 9th. This is why I say this game is going to matter as far as draft pick wise. We might slide down to 10th or 11th if we win this Saints game. But I can't guarantee exactly where we're going to land. It could be anywhere from like 10 to 12. Yeah. Depending on what people do. This week. So, I mean, with all of that in mind, what would you do? You know, which road would you travel down? Road A, pad the resume, win against the Saints? Or Road B, protect your draft pick and stay in the top 10? What do you think, guys? You know, I think I might actually put a poll up. Let's see what people want to do. At this point, I'd win. I don't like tanking. Yeah, I get you. But it's not necessarily tanking. It's just showing up and playing well. You know, and maybe take not winning, you know? I would classify it as not winning. You know, not taking the loss, but not winning. You know what I mean? Not tanking, but not winning. Lose the Saints game and All right. All right. And I'm actually using this function because I don't know. I'm trying to get this poll put up, but I don't know how this works exactly. Okay. I don't know. There we go. All right. There we go. Poll is going up now. So whoever wants to jump in there with that poll, there you go. Let's see what people have to say. Uh, like I said, I have no idea what's going to happen here in this next game. You know, we're going to show up with our typical Panthers team, you know, and try to do what we do. But I do believe that Wilkes should be hired. I do still believe that. You know, like I said, there's a lot to be said for the success we've had so far. Uh, Determination, grit, you know, backbone, tenacity to get as far as we did. Wilkes, to me, has nothing left to prove. But if he's still got something to prove to you, I mean, that's why this vote is up there. You know, I don't know what people are going to say. And I extend that vote to the people in the comment section after this VOD is up. So, if you guys want to throw a comment in the comment section after this VOD is up, this stream is up, done with, you can certainly do so, and those votes will be counted. I'll tally them up, and I will post a status about what those votes are. This is the future of the franchise, guys. We have to make a decision here, and It's not an easy one. It really isn't. Uh, I would like to think we have every opportunity to get Wilkes in here, but some people just don't agree. But I see the future is looking very, very bright after Wilkes is hired. 2 years minimum. We get through the cap situation. We get through all of this off-season garbage and jumble. And then we see what we come out of it with. Whatever we come out of it with is where we go from there. But I'm going to take a break on the stream, and then we're going to look at the numbers. All right, guys? I appreciate you guys so much, and as always, it is a pleasure streaming for you guys. We will see you guys when I get back. I'm going to put on some music for you guys. And when we return, we will be going through the numbers from this game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're going to determine what went right and what went wrong. And maybe do a mock draft if we got time. Appreciate you guys so much for your support. But yeah. See you guys in a few minutes. Buddha. Please do participate in the poll if you're just jumping in. Please do, guys. I'm leaving that poll up for the entire stream, by the way. Thank you.
There's nothing more powerful than creating a track. But sometimes creating music can be challenging. When I'm blocked or just getting an idea out, I need inspiration. That's why I trust Arcade. It's an instrument that creates endless possibilities. And Arcade gives you unlimited access to everything, even when you're just trying it out. There's so many ways to use Arcade. Like any other song, you might start with a sample. Let's add a melody. Open up a note kit, and you can play it like a piano. Now check out these chords. In sampler kits, white keys trigger samples and black keys mess them up. Now for my favorite part, I'm gonna load in my own sound, and Arcade will slice and chop it. And then I can play it on top. Ultimately for me, it's about being true to my sound. And when I'm in the zone, I'm pretty much unstoppable, and Arcade gets me there. See for yourself. Download Arcade and try it out for free.
Choose the next level. Play now.
Buddha. What's going on, Juco?
about your condition.
If you do, you will die.
Buddha.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We rolled the dice on this season, and came up with some snake eyes. But, you know, it is what it is, man. You know? Let's get into the let's hear from the players on what they thought about this game. I want to cover this because I think it's important to know the energy of the locker room after a game like that.
Charlotte,
Stupid ads. Sorry about that. Alright, so let's hear from, I think this is Josh Norman first, and then we'll go from there. Whoever they have in this video, I don't know who they have in here. So, let's check it out.
Nobody was going to hand us anything or give us anything, so, you know, a lot of credit to those guys, man. They went out there and they just made more plays than we did today. But proud of every guy in this locker room, bro. I know we fought hard, you know, and nobody gave up. Everybody knew what the task was, and unfortunately, that's part of the NFL, you know. You prepare well, you go out there and give it your all, and sometimes it just doesn't work out for you, so.
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. We gave it our all, man. And I gotta show love to this team, man. We fought hard and we did everything we were supposed to, and just could not come up with a win. So let's continue.
We just got to find a way to get better as we continue to go.
Willis mentioned they
right.
were stacking the box kind of like Pittsburgh. Did you see that same thing? Why do you think the run game wasn't able to get going this time?
I mean, I just feel like they came in, they had a really good game plan. I mean, I think it was just one block here, one block there. I feel like, but we still had creases. I just feel like they was kind of getting to us on the backside on some of our plays and stuff like that. But I mean, I mean, it was just a tough fought game. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, we not gonna dominate and run the ball for 200-300 yards against everybody. It's just not gonna happen. So
that's true.
We just played the course. I feel like even with that being the case, we were still in the game. So like I said, they just made more plays than we did.
They said you guys got to wait for your identity, though. Did he talk to you guys about that and what you could have done differently?
Not really.
Deontay, you just shared how proud you are of the men in the soccer room. What have you seen from this team really over the last few weeks and the way that you've shown up?
Growth, mentality change. Guys who committed to the job and committed to getting better each and every day. And just people who want to win. And when you're around a group of guys like that, to come up short, it just sucks. It's a bad feeling. But we still got another game. We still got
growth, development, tenacity. All of those things don't show up on a scoreboard, y'all. But I'm going to tell you this right now. That is exactly what happened this year. We went through some changes, man. We grew up as a team. And I am quite proud of that. I'm proud of this crew, man. Every one of y'all. Every single one of y'all showed some sort of growth this year. And I mean, I can't even get mad at the result of that game. I can't. Because we put everything that we could into it.
Got to go and finish this season the right way. And I think that, that could put us on the trajectory for, this team for for next year, So,
exactly.
We just gotta stay focused, man. I mean, I think we made a lot of good strides this year. We flipped some things around when people didn't give us a chance to even be in a position that we're in right now. So
that's a fact.
It's tough.
That's why it's a competitive league. Everyone's at the top of their level, especially when your division's on the line, and it just didn't go our way today, and this one hurts.
What kind of the emotion you guys in general are feeling, knowing that your chance to win the South is gone?
Yeah, it's you reflect back. It's kind of funny, on the first of the year, and think back to what 2022 was and the chaos that was going on early, and really just every excuse in the world to shut it down, and everyone has written us off, and for guys to continue to rally and for Coach Wilkes to do the job that he's done and rally us and just keep us fighting day in and day out and have us a chance. He told us when we were 1-5 and everything was going on, and say we were going to be here week 17 playing for the division. What more could you ask for, And it's just part of this league. You got to find a way to win those critical games, because when you're playing the best to ever do it, he's going to find a way, and so you just can't give him any lights. He's going to take it.
That's a fact. And that's coming from a Super Bowl ring winning Austin Corbett right there. So, I mean, he's right. We had every reason to shut this down in the beginning of the year. We had every reason. But we continued on. We showed tenacity. We showed grit. We showed backbone. And, I mean, that continues to be the theme in the locker room. And I'm very, very happy that all of these players feel this way right now. Because that's exactly what it is, man. They get it. They understand. This is exactly what happened. And you're focusing on the positives. You're focusing on what you have. not on what you don't have. And that's why I'm being optimistic on this stream, man, because I see the future of this team. I see what we have in store for us at the other end of that tunnel, at the other end of that mountain climb, you know? And yeah, it's going to take fire and brimstone to get there, but we're going to get there. It's going to take a lot of frustration, a lot of anger from the fan base on who we get rid of, you know, to satisfy this cap situation. It's going to take a lot of frustration as far as who we draft that people don't want, you know, that other people do. You know, so, and same with the free agency. You know, we're going to be upset that we didn't splurge in free agency. Oh, but here's the thing, man. We don't have the money. We don't have the money to splurge at free agency. So, you know, it's going to take all of that to get through this offseason. It's not going to be a pretty one, but we're going to get through it. And then from then on, it gets better. I promise you it gets better. You just got to stay focused on the goals, on this task at hand of you, in front of you. Win the day. And that's exactly what it is. It's win the day. You know, you look at Steve Wilkes' philosophy. That's exactly how we have to approach this offseason. Win the day. On everything that we do. Win the day. You know, no matter what task that is that we're trying to accomplish, win the day. And I think Scott Fitter is seeing that as well. And he's saying, okay, yeah, win the day. I'm going to take that philosophy to heart too, you know? You know, it ain't just, it ain't just that, man. You know? So, let's continue on here.
What happened on that first one, from your perspective?
He just got me, I would say.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, he just got me straight up. Yeah.
What makes defending the Mike Evans long ball challenging?
You just can't give him any.
The Mike Evans long ball challenging?
I mean, he just got me. I would say, everything. There was nothing he did. It was just everything. You know, I didn't. He made the plays. I didn't.
Did you guys have?
He made plays, and Jeremy Chin didn't. There you go. I mean, it's that simple. You know, you just got to work on your coverage game, you know, and try to get that fixed. And let's just see how things go, you know. That's exactly what it is, though. So let's continue on.
Communication problems at all?
I don't know if we necessarily had communication problems. You know, there's going to be things we have to go back and look at and get fixed, you know, and then the next week. But, you know, communication, at least underneath it felt pretty smooth. But, you know, even the things we did kind of mess up on, we try to make that adjustment later on in the game.
Coach, just talk about, you still got, you know you didn't win the division, but you still got another game to fight for it. So what you guys got next week?
We got to finish. You know, everybody in this locker room got heart. Everybody in this locker room got pride. So we're definitely going to finish.
How proud of you, all these guys in this locker room, just with all the adversity and everything this year, to be in this position that you guys were today?
I'm extremely proud. This season's really been a roller coaster, just the ups and downs that we've been through to even be in this position. But, you know, obviously it's still not the end goal, you know, where we are right now. But, you know, everybody here's got heart. We'll finish next week for sure.
Everybody here's got heart, man. Yes, sir.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just a touch of a...
Trying to stop the video so we can actually talk there. There we go. being a pain in the rear. There we go. So let's hear what Steve Wilkes has to say. I can imagine this has been a frustrating game for him as well. But I want to hear what he has to say. It's important for us to understand, the energy
Charlotte,
of this game coming up that we just went through, and the future mentality of this team, and just see where they're coming from, where their mindset is, versus what we have right now.
They made more plays than us today, and given the opportunity to come up with plays, they made them and we didn't. We got to do a much better job of protecting the football. We can't give up turning the ball over, led to 10 points, and you can't win against a quarterback like that and turning the ball over. So
that's a fact.
With that, I'll take your questions.
Still can't hear him.
It's hard to say right now on the surface. I saw exactly what you saw with what you just stated, and give you the reason why I have to watch the tape, and then I'll be able to give you a more detailed answer on that question.
That's the correct answer.
Was there any thought of going to Josh Norman more, considering?
We talked about it as a staff, and defensively we felt like, we didn't want to put him in a strange situation like that. So we talked about it, but decided to stay with the guys that we had. The message to the team afterwards were, we didn't do what we wanted to do. Right? They made more plays than what we did today. So we got to give those guys all the credit. We didn't play according to our DNA, which is physicality and effort, which I thought for the most part you saw that. We didn't play smart, not at all. But the one thing I stated to those guys, the last element, that's what we're going to do this week. We're going to finish. That's what men do. That's what good football teams do, regardless of the record, regardless of the circumstances. We're going to come in tomorrow, put this game to bed, and have a great week of practice, with that leading to game day execution. We're going to finish next week, and that's our mindset.
That's a fact, man.
Well, I think everything is based off what they're doing. As you could see, they were loading the box somewhat like Pittsburgh. So we had to loosen them up a little bit. And I believe in taking what they give you and then coming back to be able to take what you want. So I felt like at times we were able to get the ball out in open space and guys could do some things. But, we shot ourselves in the foot when we turned it over.
Yep. Simply put, he's got a pretty good idea of what this offense is doing right now. And for those of people that are like, oh, well, he has no idea what he's doing with this offense, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, wrong. That answer right there just proved that he has a pretty good grip and an idea of what this offense is doing. Keep in mind, folks, he's a defensive-minded coach. Okay, so he's aware of what the defense is doing. So he adjusts accordingly on offense. According to that. And that's Ben McAdoo's job. So he'll have conversations with Ben McAdoo saying, okay, here's how the defense looks. Here's what adjustments we're going to want to make going forward. And then Ben McAdoo will say, okay, here's how I plan to attack that. And what this offense is doing, you're wrong. That's Ben McAdoo's job. He's just feeding him the defensive info so that Ben McAdoo can do his job and make the adjustments on offense to counter those defensive adjustments that are on the defense. So, essentially, he does know what he's doing, folks. He knows this entire team. And anybody that thinks he doesn't is fooling themselves. All right, let's continue.
63, 57, 30. What adjustments were y'all trying to make on the sidelines after the first before the 30 yards?
Well, when you talk about adjustments, I don't think it's schematic. I think it's just, executing your technique. The question was, do we have help over the top? Yes, we did in cover 2. Safety wasn't there. And then I think Evan slowed down a little bit, which predicated CJ slowing down. All right, then all of a sudden he took off. So Brady laid it out there. So, again, I don't think from a standpoint of adjustments, I think you just got to go execute.
Boom. That's the answer to the question to everybody that thinks we didn't have safety help. Right there. So, and I've gotten that a few times this week. In the last 24 hours of people asking me, why did CJ get burnt so much? Didn't we have safety help over the top? Well, there's your answer. Yes, we did. And even the safeties were getting burned a little bit. Even Shaq was getting burned a little bit. So you can't just blame everything on CJ and Keith Taylor. Everybody's sharing the blame here. Everybody had problems, in coverage. They just didn't execute, So, for anybody wondering, did we have safety help over the top? Absolutely we did. There's your answer. Straight out of the horse's mouth himself. So, if you want an answer on that question, I invite everybody to look at this presser. Next question. Can't hear the questions.
I can't say, David, regardless whether or not he forced it or not. Again, got to be able to watch the tape. I just know we got to protect the football.
Okay, so that was in regards to the fumble, or was it the interception with Sam? That's what I'm wondering. I'm not sure which one it was in regards to.
Thank you, guys.
All right, well, that was
Hey, Kristen, did you know
a very interesting press conference there. Yep. But, I mean, that answered two questions, that people have been concerned about. Number one, the fact that does he understand the offense? Yes, he does. He understands what we're doing. Number two, he answered the question of, okay, did we have safety help over the top? Absolutely we did. Beyond that, I mean, what other concerns did you have about that game? Mine was the D-line. I was really hoping that somebody would ask something about the defensive line. Because the lack of pressure on Brady was not good at all. And I'm just hoping that they'll address that, going forward. My other concern
before he had
is the offensive line, obviously, because both lines didn't fully do their jobs in that game. So, yeah, I mean, those are my questions. I'm not even going to question why we didn't put Dante in for more snaps. No, there's no reason to ask that question. We already know the answer to that. I'm not going to ask the question about, what happened on the interception because we already know what happened on the interception. There's no reason to ask that question. So what it comes down to is the questions about the offensive and defensive line. And the two questions that Steve just answered, I could have answered myself. Frankly, it comes down to that. He's done the best job with what he's got. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I could not be more proud of what Wilks has been able to accomplish with what he's got right now. I'm very, very happy and satisfied with how this season turned out. Rule got blown out in all 4 games against Tampa, and Wilks won and kept the other close as an interim. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, you can't be disappointed with what you're seeing here. As a Panthers fan, there's no way. You got to take it and run with it. I mean, we were all ready to jump ship and just throw away the season after 1-4. And then Wilkes said, no. Look how many games we got left. There ain't no way we're throwing this season away yet. I'm proud of him. I'm very proud of him. I'm proud of each and every member of this team that is getting wear this Panthers gear proudly this offseason. Proudly. And have those conversations with people, about this team. And granted, I'm probably going to get the same question that everybody's expecting me to get from people that I'm promoting the channel to or just having a basic conversation with. Are y'all drafting a quarterback? That's the question I'm expecting people to come up with. And I'm like, no, we don't necessarily have to draft a quarterback. We've got 3. It's finally a question that I can answer, without getting frustrated. It's finally something that I can actually handle and talk to somebody about, other than just, oh, Matt, when are you guys going to fire Matt Rule? And Matt Rule, always comes up as a topic of conversation the first 5 weeks. And I'm like, no. It's time to change the philosophy of this team. And Wilkes did it. Wilkes did it, man. He turned this whole team around. So now, when I have conversations with people that I'm promoting the channel to, and I get the question, the typical questions about drafting a quarterback, or are you going to permanently hire Steve Wilkes? Are you going to and you get positive responses from people, around the Carolinas saying, oh, okay, this team has a lot to look forward to. They're on the upswing. But you're also going to have those Panthers fans out there that I promote the channel to that are going, oh, the NFC South was so bad this year. Sam Darnold needs to go. And I'm like, no. Let me tell you all something. If Matt Rule was not in control of this team from the very beginning this year, we would have been in the playoffs. Period. Point blank. We would have been in. I have no question and doubt about it. Because look, man, we could beat the Saints next week, man. We could beat the Saints. The question is, do we want to? After we've been eliminated, do we want to? But, for all the people that are just like, oh, well, draft picks. Now, hold on now. This time it ain't about draft picks. It's about getting Steve Wilkes hired. That's why we went for that whole season. That's why we went on that whole run, is to get Steve Wilks hired. It wasn't just to ruin our draft pick or be the typical Carolina Panthers, you know, that every year. No, we were trying to get Steve Wilks hired. We were trying to prove this is the guy. You know, this is the guy for the future. So, and then likewise on the other end of the spectrum, you got the people that are saying, "Oh, well, you got to keep winning. You gotta try to win." You know. Well, here's where I got a problem with these people, because now we're in a situation where we got a meaningless game at the end of the year. We weren't expecting to have it, but here it is. You know, and you say, okay, well, should we try to win this and try to pad his resume or go for the draft pick? So it goes both ways, guys. It really does. It could go either way here. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the stats of this game. And I'm going to show you guys everybody that we put in this game that showed heart. Everybody. Because they all did, man. They all did. Wilkes came in and kept pounding. That's right, man. That's right. Shout out to Carl for that comment right there. In my mind, he's done more than enough to get the job, win, or job next week. Absolutely, man. So, I mean, So, Carl, let me ask you this, man, since you're the one in chat right now. Which road would you travel down? Would you try to preserve the draft pick and over the Saints? Which one would you do? Because they both have pluses and minuses. You know, I got a poll up on YouTube for the people that are coming up into the YouTube channel to try to answer that question, but I don't have the poll up on Facebook yet. I'm going to put that up throughout the week. And I'm going to try to throw that up all week if I can. For as long as that poll will last. Probably 3 days, I think, is the max. But which one would you do? Would you try to preserve the draft pick, or would you try to pad his resume with a win over the Saints? Because, I mean, if you believe that he's done more than enough to get the job, then you don't need to pad his resume anymore because he's already checked all the boxes. So then you would just go ahead and take the loss against the Saints and preserve your draft pick in the top 10 since we're number 9. But if you're buying into the fact that he hasn't done enough to win you over, then in that case, you would want to try to win that Saints game to woo over the fans that are just not buying into it, you know, or the coaching staff that are not buying into it. So which one is it? Do we win or do we lose this Saints game? What do we do? And it's a tough call. It is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, man. It's a tough call. I mean, this is one of the few times where a meaningless game actually does halfway mean something. You know, when you're trying to get a man hired. So, you got that huge question mark looming right there. Still play hard, but you don't need the win. Philly has their pick anyway, but it's honestly either way. Yeah, that's what I feel like too. It's honestly either way. If we get the win over the Saints, we drop into the 10 to 15 range. Yeah. I'm happy with what Wilkes has done, but it's Tepper, man. At the end of the day, it's Tepper that's making the decision. Exactly. Yeah. I feel you, man. And so you're saying preserve the pick, and that Wilkes has done enough. We don't need to pad the resume anymore. I I'd like to go one way or the other, but I don't know. That's why I'm asking y'all. What do you think? Go ahead and vote in that poll if you would, and let me know. If you're not sure, you're not sure. Go ahead and put not sure. Because, I mean, it's a tough call. I can make arguments for both, so it's not easy. Yeah, that's true, man. Same here. I've been struggling with this for the last, 12 hours, man. I've been trying to figure out, which one should we do? And, man, it's rough. It's normally, if it's a cut and dry, meaningless game, I would say preserve the pick. You know what I mean? But, I mean, easy decision there. But since we're trying to get Steve Wilkes hired, that changes things. It does change things a little bit. This is the first time we got meaning to this game. For the people that don't normally understand this, because that's been the goal all year, is to get Steve Wilkes hired. So let's kind of go through with some of these stats. I think this game warrants us going through some stats here. The most important stat from this game is the 6 fumbles. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I said 6. That ain't it. Y'all gotta protect that ball from here on, man. We can't be doing that no more. Alright, so we're gonna start with this rushing game that got a total of 74 rushing yards for us. Our longest run was 11 yards, and that was by Sam Darnold. Oof. The most our running backs got on a single carry was 7 yards. So, our leading rusher was Foreman, 13 carries, 35 yards, 2.7. Oof. Then you got Chuba Hubbard, 3 carries for 12, 4 yards per carry. And then LaVisca, who's not even a running back, 1 carry for 7 yards. That's not going to cut it. O-line, are you hearing these numbers? Listen up. That ain't going to cut it no more, man. This O-line has got to block better. They've got to win in the trenches. Then you will see those numbers go up again. You know this, all right? You don't need a history lesson on that. You already understand about football. You understand what your job is. You don't need to hear that. Work on your technique. Work on your footwork. Especially Icky, man. Icky, once a game, man, I see Icky give up a massive pressure. And you got Brady Christensen that gets blocked and he can't do anything, and then there's certain circumstances on the other side where Corbett gets blocked off and he can't do anything, to help you. So these defenses have been loading the box knowing this. They've been pushing our O-line to the max, trying to test it by loading about 6, 7 people in the box, sometimes 8. And we've been having a lot of trouble with that, on the O-line. I told you a few games back that I wasn't ready to make a decision on Sam, but I was impressed by how he played yesterday. Okay. I agree. I think Sam played all right. And as evidenced by the numbers, and I was about to read those out, actually. 23 completions for 37 attempts, 341 yards, 3 touchdowns, despite getting sacked twice and throwing an interception. I mean, you gotta like those numbers, man. Even though he got ran over, you still gotta like those numbers. He was smart about when he threw the ball away. And the only 2 sacks he really took was because of the O-line. To be real with you. Tough game, and with no run game, and even after the pick, he kept firing. Yeah, exactly. He showed that tenacity. He showed that hunger to keep going. And that's what I'm looking for in a quarterback in this quarterback room. I want that. Because, and all of you should want that too, as Panther fans. This is what we're looking for. We need that fire in our quarterback room, man. Where these guys just keep coming out and slinging the ball, despite being sacked, despite being pushed around. That's exactly it. That one play, he was incredible. He dodged the sack 4 different times and checked it down for positive yards. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to me, Sam does look like the front runner for 23. As far as the quarterback room is concerned. I still like PJ. I still like Matt Corral. We'll see what Matt Corral does in training camp. See, we haven't tested him out, so we don't know what he can do. He's still on that rookie deal, so we'll worry about that in training camp. But right now, Sam does look like the front runner. And I would absolutely fully embrace Sam as being on that quarterback room. In that quarterback room for 23. Fully embrace it and support it. Defensively, no. Let's stick with the item better. Yeah, exactly. I'm a little tired of these dumb penalties that we keep getting. I'm a little tired of these fumbles, that we got to stop fumbling the ball. But if we clean all that up, we should be fine on offense. So, getting to the wide receivers, you got DJ Moore with 10 targets, 6 catches for 117 yards and a touchdown. Finally getting this man involved. Shi Smith, 4 catches for 70, 1 touchdown. I like Shi Smith when we're running him out there on routes. But I don't like him on punt returns. It made me nervous. I thought, surely that was going to be fumble number 7. Like I said, I'm glad Blackshear was in. Very, very glad. You got Chuba Hubbard with 3 catches for 53. You got Tommy Tremble with 3 catches for 33 and a touchdown. You got TMJ with 2 catches for 15. LaVisca, 2 catches for 13. Richie, 1 catch for 32. Big play right there, by the way. Love that play. Ian Thomas, 1 catch for 9. Were all the positive ones that we saw on that list. Out of those, I think the one that got me the most excited was that Shi Smith touchdown, man. Because if you really look at the coverage on that, dude, Shi Smith was incredible on that play. I didn't even think he was going to break off and get that one. But he did. And, shout out to DJ Moore for that incredible catch as well on the sideline. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Dude, get the toe tap, man. You got the toe tap. And that's what you got to do. So, that being said, we had a total of 23 catches for 341 yards and 3 touchdowns in receiving core. That's a pretty good day. Honestly. For a receiving core, that's a pretty good day. 341 and 3 touchdowns. You can't ignore that. It's not a great day, but it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. If we had that rushing game going, I think that would open up a little bit more, and then we'd probably match the 400 that Tom Brady was putting up. But, I can't argue with the results, man. The wide receivers are doing their job. But, again, those fumblers, Sam Darnold, TMJ, Chuba Hubbard. And Chuba, we already know, has butterfingers. We already know this. So, whatever is going on with Chuba, man, y'all need to keep working with him. Because it ain't working for you. Whatever method we're using right now. Alright, so you go over to Tampa Bay's offense. You're looking at 67 rushing yards. So we shut down their rushing game too. Make no mistake about it. We shut down their rushing game too. Leonard Fournette only got 28 yards. Off of 10 carries. That's pretty good, man. He was their leading rusher. White got 22 off of 11 carries. But none of them ripped any runs more than 7 yards in the running back room. It was all Jones and Brady that got more than that. So, and Brady got the first downs, when he got the QB sneaks. So Tom Brady, 34 for 45, 432 yards, 3 touchdowns. He got sacked 3 times. And his longest pass was 63 yards. Yes, that is 2 yards a carry for the running backs. That is correct. But this is reminiscent of the old Tom Brady right here. This is the types of numbers he was put up pretty much every game. So, we go to the Tampa Bay receiving core. We're looking at 10 catches for 207 yards for Mike Evans. 63 longest. Youch. But, let's not totally blame these corners because our safeties were to blame as well. So was Shaq. So it's not all their fault. Mike Evans kind of burned everybody equally. So, and he got 3 touchdowns out of it. So, Mike Evans is a beast. Let's not put butter biscuits on this, man. Mike Evans is a beast. That's who he is, Our corners are who they are. Keith Taylor is who he is. CJ is who he is. And Shaq is who he is. They're going to get burnt. So, you can't put all of that blame on just CJ or Keith. You got to put it on everybody. Godwin, 120 yards off of 9 catches. And I don't even think that putting Norman out there with the limited amount of time that he's had to learn this defense would help. I think he would be able to keep up with some of these guys and knock down a few of these passes, but overall, in coverage, he would probably get burnt because he's not ready yet. Not his first 3 touchdown game, so it's not like he's some kind of random scrub. Yeah, it's Mike Evans. Come on, man. You know? It's not like Julio Jones didn't do that at least a handful of times against us too back in the day. You know, and a couple of the Patriots wide receivers back in the day too. So, yeah, you're dealing with Tom Brady. If you think he's not going to see CJ and Keith Taylor on an island by themselves and not take advantage of it when he sees Mike Evans, you're kidding yourself. Literally, you're kidding yourself. That's easy money when you're throwing it downfield on these guys. CJ definitely got burnt for the most, but most everyone would when they expect to have help that's not there. Yeah, that's true, man. That's true. But Wilkes said that, you know, we had help. We had safety help. You know, in most of these plays. I don't know, man. You got White with 5 catches for 26. Leonard Fournette with 19 yards. Russell Gage with 33. Otten with 17. Jones with 10. You know, and all of these were less than 4 catches. 4 or 5 catches in that game. So, I mean, it's not like the rest of this wide receiver core is a threat. You know what I mean? And it's not like they weren't making mistakes either, you know. Otten, to me, was the main problem with Tampa Bay's wide receiver core. Because this dude stopped in the middle of a route, and Tom overthrew him, you know, like 5 yards in front of him. And then he dropped a pass, and he did a couple other things. So to me, Otten is not it. If you're a Tampa Bay fan, man. He's just not it. Because he got targeted, 6 times in that game, and he only got 2 catches for 17? Yikes. So, you know, Tampa management, do something about him. For real. Because that ain't it. There's your helpful tip for Tampa right there. So third down efficiency, we've got 4 for 11 for us, 4 for 15 for the Tampa Bay Bucks. So both of us were equally struggling on third down. Now this has been a pattern for Tampa Bay all season, as the Fox announcers did point out. So, Carl says Ian Thomas ain't it for us either. Still haven't seen him do much of anything, but he blocks from him. Well, see, that's the main thing he does is block. That's why he's second string to Tommy Tremble. They both have a little bit of a catching issue with 1 drop per game. You know, and they've been working on that. To their credit, they have been. And for a few games this year, they were successful. So, Ian, when he does make those few catches that he does make, they are big plays. We're just not using these guys, though. You know, that's the thing. And when you don't use them, don't expect them to get big plays. Point blank. And you're not the first person to say that Ian Thomas isn't it, you know. like I said, we'll evaluate Ian Thomas at the end of the year, after the Saints game, and see what we want to do with him. I said that to the other person as well that suggested that. But that was like way early on, and I told him, okay, be patient. Let's see him under Steve Wilkes. You know what I mean? Because we haven't properly evaluated Ian, until this year, until after week 5. So that's been the main issue with that. Okay, with our run game, these tight ends could be eating every game, but I get it, it's a new system and they're playing on their strengths. Yeah, correct. They are playing on their strengths. So, and Ben McAdoo has never been really one to run with tight ends that much. It's mostly been 60-40 run predominant offense. Shotgun heavy offense. So, yeah, you're not going to see much of the tight ends unless they're blocking. Which, these tight ends have done a great job blocking for us. I'll give them that. We've been able to succeed on a few sweet plays now, here and there, and counter runs. So, I've been pretty happy with that. The reverses haven't worked out so well, but, everything else, though, pretty happy with. The only reason the reverses haven't been working well is because the defenses have picked up on them. They've seen them on tape. My thing is, like, if they could stop reverses, why are they not stopping the counters? Why are they not stopping the sweep plays? And, I mean, you got to wonder that. But, 4th down efficiency, 1 for 2 for us, 2 for 2 for the Buccaneers. And realistically, we should have went for it on that 4th and 1. And went aggressive on that one. Because you can't take your foot off the gas against Tom Brady. You can't do it and expect to win. I've been trying to tell y'all that. But this management didn't want to hear it. So I'm like, alright. Y'all learn the hard way. Y'all have played Tom Brady enough, you should learn this by now. But it is what it is. We just didn't execute. Like Wilkes said. So I can't really blame him. I mean, all I can really say is, did we learn our lesson this time? We'll find out, right? Next time we play these guys. So 400 total net yards for us, 476 total net yards for the Buccaneers. Right, we've only seen Tom for 23 years. You can give him anything. You can't give him anything. Right, man. Right. He's going to rob you blind. He's going to shred you if you're not ready for it. So, I mean, to me, it's simple, man. It's simple. It's simple. You got to put heat on him. You can't just sit back there and say, well, we're going to take away his targets, but not pressure him? No. It's Tom Brady, man. You got to get aggressive, man. You got to be predators against Tom Brady. He's not going to give you an opportunity to sack him. You got to take it. Man. I've said this twice already in stream. When Gross Matos is your strongest pass rusher in the first half, that ain't good. That's not good enough. We couldn't get him off his spot enough, and we weren't ready to go on point for point with him. And it's one or the other against him. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Alright, so our net yards rushing was 74. It was more than Tampa's, which was 67. Average rushing per play was 3.4 versus their 2.7. Net yards passing, we're sitting at 326 versus their 411. Gross yards passing for 341 versus their 432. Overall, their numbers look better. Let's see, what other numbers do we want to look at? Oh, penalties. 8 for 58 for us. Now, 2 or 3 of these penalties were not penalties to me. I'm sorry. They were not. I'm just sitting there going, okay, Brady, how much are you paying these refs to help you out this time? Really? What did you buy for them this time? A new yacht? Like, seriously. You gotta be kidding me with some of these calls that I saw yesterday. It's ridiculous. And this is more of the same every time you play Brady, because you're playing the refs as well. Every time. Every single time. That's pretty good for the young wide receivers we have against the experience they had. And yeah, these penalties at the end were ridiculous. Yep. That's a straight fact right there. 8 for 58 as a whole during the game. I would say 6 for like 40 something yards is more realistic with the dumb penalties that they got on us. I mean, come on, man. They got 8 for 51 on their penalties. So they were equally penalized. So suffice to say, that's 16 penalty flags that were thrown out there during that game. These refs were having a field day. And I mean, some of these guys get trigger happy with these flags. So, yeah, the guy got his helmet ripped off, and yet we were penalized? Huh? Because that one made me mad. That one made me royally mad. Like, I don't understand how you could do that and throw that flag on that one against us. And then you want to call a holding penalty and it barely touches him. I mean, what? Like, please explain this. And the problem with this is these guys had plain, clear view of the play when it was happening. They were looking straight at it when they threw these flags. It wasn't like their view was obstructed. Not at all. They were looking straight at it when they threw these flags. I mean, come on, man. That's why I say, man, so I really actually buy into this conspiracy theory that Tom Brady is paying these refs something, man. or giving them something, because this has got to stop. This has got to stop. Every time we play Brady, y'all get trigger happy with these flags against us, and you say, "Man, Panthers ain't nothing. We gonna let Tom Brady win." It's like, man, stop. Stop. Be fair. You're referees for a reason. Stop being biased. Throw the flags correctly. Thank you. I'm so sick of this, man. And this goes way back. This goes way back. Early on when we were playing Tom Brady back when he was with the Patriots. I'm talking like 04 Super Bowl. That's how far back this goes. That these referees are favoritisming him and throwing flags against us, man. God. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. When we play sloppy and intentionally try to lose games and tank out, yet you're sitting side by side at a dinner table, Roger Goodell, with Tom Brady, the biggest cheater of the NFL, who is giving these refs incentives to throw flags at us. Please tell me how this makes sense. I got everything against Tom Brady. Everything. I got all the fire against Tom Brady. I can't stand him. And what's ridiculous is, every time you play Tom Brady with these refs, this is another issue I've got. They will pull some random rule out of the doggone NFL rulebook from like page 5007 that you've never even heard of before, and then call that one on you. And get away with it. I mean, what is this? I mean, don't even get me started on this stuff, man. Just don't get me down that rabbit hole. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole right now. I really don't. I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm trying to stay positive, but doggone it, man. Tom Brady in it. I can't stand it. Because it's the same every time, bro. Every time. But yeah, 6 fumbles. That's the biggest one right there. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest one. That's the one that killed us. Sam lost 2 of those 3 fumbles that he had. 1 fumble by Chuba and 2 by Terrace Marshall Jr. That just it kills us. You can't have 6 fumbles in a game against Tom Brady and expect to win. Period. Point blank. You can't. So I will say this. Moving on to the kicker. Eddie. It is a good thing that penalty happened with that delay of game. I think that was the delay of game. I don't remember what that penalty was, but Eddie got another shot. And he nailed it the second time. And I was like, if that penalty hadn't happened, oh, people would be dogging him. He would be straight in the doghouse after that one. If we ain't got that second chance to kick that field goal. Boy. We got lucky, y'all. And their kicker missed 2 extra points, by the way. One of them got blocked. The other one, he just straight missed. So they started going for 2 after that. So Tampa's gonna need a new kicker. Point blank, they're gonna need a new kicker. Did he show like signs of that before, where he had issues like that? That's my question to Tampa Bay fans, because I don't know. I haven't really been watching Tampa games this year, so I don't know as far as the kicker is concerned. But as far as I know, from what I've seen, he hasn't shown those symptoms before of missing kicks. So the pressure kicks he struggles with, but other than that, he's solid. Those are the kicks you need to make. Yep. And we're talking about Eddie, right, Carl? That's who we're talking about? Red zone efficiency 2 for 2 for us, 1 for 3 for them. Yeah, Eddie. Okay, yep. That's what I figured. Goal to go efficiency 0 for 0. I want to read that again. Goal to go efficiency 0 for 0. Yikes. 1 for 2 for them. That's got to change. That number does not look good to me. Sorry, I can't buy into that. Tampa, minutes and 10 seconds. We had the ball for 26 minutes and 50 seconds. I mean, we did manage to get 24 on the board. I will say that for our offense. But it's not enough. It's not enough. When Tom Brady is playing at his best, that is not enough. That's nowhere near enough. You got to keep scoring. You can't just take your foot off the gas after a 14-point lead. That mindset's got to go in Carolina. We're done with that. No. If we got to blow people out, we got to blow them out. That's how it is. I mean, you see teams put up 41 points, 31 points, blowing people out. That's what you got to do. You don't take the foot off the trigger, man. You keep going. All right, so the Panthers drive chart. Touchdown, punt, touchdown, punt, fumble, downs, halftime. That was an abysmal second quarter, by the way. Absolutely abysmal on both the offensive and defensive lines. We didn't do anything. Start the third quarter interception. That's all we did during that game. During that quarter. That entire quarter. Just an interception. They controlled the ball for the entire third quarter, y'all. Then we go into the fourth quarter. Touchdown, punt, fumble, field goal, end of game. After the Falcons Super Bowl and the Colt Viking game, you have to realize that huge comebacks can happen. So never take the foot off the gas. Exactly. Exactly, Carl. Thank you. There's so many times when we have come that close, and Tom Brady was at his top of his game. You know what I mean? But you got to have a fully loaded team to be able to pull that off. Otherwise, he's going to burn you. That's why we were successful the few times that we were. Because we had a loaded deck. This year is a bit different because he's not his full self. And we did not have a loaded deck. So, that was our opportunity to get a win on him. If we were going to get it. And we got one. We almost got the sweep, man. Almost. But we couldn't pull it off. And I'll say this to allude to my next point. That Falcons game that we lost earlier on could have kept us in this race for one more week. If Matt Rule had not been around, we would have won 2 more games. That's 3, folks. That's 3. And if you count 3 wins added to the total we have right now, that's a division title. Point blank, that's a division title. That is why these little penalties matter, man. That's why these little things matter. So, in essence, it is a number of things that cost us this playoff run, though. So, we can't just pin it on one thing. We can't just blame it on one thing. You know, but the fact that we got here, though, man, that says everything about this team. That says everything. Falcons, Browns, the Giants games were all winnable games. Thank you, Carl. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Those are the exact 3 I was referring to. Thank you. Carl's on his A game today, y'all. I like this dude. Alright, so you look at the Tampa Bay drive chart. Fumble, punt in the first quarter. We took full advantage of that. We got 14 points on the board. So it's not like we're not turning their fumbles and their turnovers into points, because we are. We're taking advantage of it. But the problem is we had way more than they did. Alright, so missed field goal, punt, touchdown, field goal. So right around that 3-minute mark, right before halftime, that's when Tampa started turning it around. And you cannot let them turn it around if you want a division title. You can't, no, you can't do that. They got 10 points before the halftime on us. 10. Case in point, we took our foot off the gas. Right there. Right at the 3-minute mark. Right before halftime. That's where it started to happen. If you wanted to pinpoint it, that's the drive where they started to shred us. Alright, so going into the third quarter, you got a punt, you got a blocked field goal. Okay, so we had a solid third quarter. You know, it's a defensive battle there. Not much happened. Tampa did control the clock for about 9 minutes of that quarter, which is way too much, by the way. Way too much. And then we went into the fourth. And this is where disaster struck. Touchdown, touchdown, punt, touchdown, punt. So that fourth quarter is what put the nail in the coffin, really. Off of our fumble, they managed to get that last touchdown to put the nail in the coffin. To seal the deal and kick us out of the playoffs. And, you know, again, our coverage is what it is. We know this. You know, that's not what lost us this game. It was a fumble. That's what lost us this game. So, going into the defensive stats, you've got Frankie Louvu, 10 tackles, 13 combined, 1 sack, 3 tackles for a loss, 1 quarterback hit. For my man, Frankie Louvu. And I mean, Frankie is Frankie. He's a monster. he's an animal out there. He's just doing Frankie things, man. You know? He's doing Frankie things. I might just have to get that dude's jersey, man. I'm telling you. I love Frankie. And he actually defends our players, too. His fellow teammates. When people are doing stupid crap. You know? Case in point, the Lions game. Pittsburgh. I like this dude's fight, man. I love his heart. He holds a grudge, too. So, I mean, don't act like this guy ain't the nicest guy in the world out there, like Luke Kuechly. You know, he will actually go out there on the field and hold a grudge on somebody if somebody's pissing him off. So, I got so much respect for this dude, man, and that's the attitude you need to play a linebacker on this defense. Really. He hasn't drawn any flags. He's just been himself, you know? And that's what it is. Frankie, most improved player, and stepped up big time as a leader. Absolutely, man. I remember at the beginning of the year, this dude used to be sitting in the back of the locker room, you know, just not saying anything. You know, at the beginning of training camp. Like, he was just that humble, quiet guy that just didn't say anything. And now look at him. You know, he's a vocal leader on this defense. You know, he's telling people where to go, what to do. He has really come out of his shell. And I'm very, very impressed. And I'm very happy to see that happen. So, I love him. I love him. Jeremy Chin, 12 tackles, 8 of them solo. Then you got Shaq, 12 combined tackles. He needed a lot of help today. Yeah, on this stat sheet, man. 7 assists. Xavier Woods, 7 tackles. 4 of them were assists. 1 fumble recovery. But, you know, no pass breakups. You notice that column is quietly empty this time around. We're going to keep going. C.J. Henderson was the only person to record a pass deflection today on this chart. He's the only one. When you're looking at it today, he's the only one. Interestingly enough, isn't it? That's not good. Guys, that's not good. Our primary playmakers are not getting pass deflections. They're not closing in the gaps on the coverage. It's showing. Yeah, you stopped them from yards after the catch, but have you been able to stop the catch? That's the next step, guys. We didn't take that next step. We didn't execute. And get those pass deflections. So, that's what I need to see y'all do in this next game. Pass deflections. Show me that in improvement-wise. And I'll buy into it, you know. I'll buy into your skills. Marquise Haynes. 4 tackles on the day. 1 sack. 2 tackles for a loss. 1 quarterback hit. Good game, Hayes. Good game. That's considered a good game for him because he's been having trouble all year, realistically. And he's become a consistent 1 sack guy a game. He's gotten a tackle for a loss at least and a quarterback hit recorded for every game so far for the past 3 or 4 weeks now. So I'm very, very impressed with Marquise Haynes. Great job. And, you know, shout out to you. Moving on to Gross Matos. He recorded 1 sack. 1 tackle for a loss. And 1 quarterback hit. Good game, Gross Matos. Respect to you. Tipping the cap to Gross Matos because that's a good game from him. Considering his past, just not even being involved at all type games, and you look at that in retrospect, he's been dead, man. It's just not been there at all. You don't even notice he's even in the game half the time until he makes some big tackle for a loss, you know. But it's rare. Derek Brown, 3 tackles on the day, 2 quarterback hits, basically not getting the run stops, you know, that he normally does. But he's been there. You know, Brian Burns, 1 tackle for a loss, 1 quarterback hit, 3 tackles. Good for him. Henry Anderson. Now here's a guy that I was impressed with. He got that big tackle for a loss. That massive tackle for a loss. And that was a big game impact tackle for a loss because that was on a 3rd down, I believe it was. Big play. Big stop. I'm proud of Henry Anderson for that one. Yeah, was on skates on that Fournette touchdown. That's right, man. That was not a good game for Derek Brown. But move on to Matt Ioannidis, 3 tackles, 1 quarterback hit. Matt Ioannidis hasn't done anything all year. What's new? Moving on, Keith Taylor, 3 tackles. And again, got burnt crispy. What else do we expect from him? Come on. Hartsfield, 2 tackles. Not much going on there stats-wise. Quiet day from him, which is surprising. Sam Franklin, only 1 tackle. McCall, 1 tackle. Corey Littleton, 1 tackle. And a quarterback hit recorded for him. But overall, man, quiet day for this defense. And, you know, it shows up in the numbers. 45 tackles, 76 combined, 3 sacks for a loss of 21 yards, 8 tackles for a loss, 8 quarterback hits, 0 interceptions, 1 pass deflection, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. That's it. That's really all we did. And then you move on to the Tampa Bay defense. Levante David, 8 tackles. Got a tackle for a loss on us. Tryon got a quarterback hit. White got 7 tackles on us. Run stopper. Fumble recovery as well. Winfield. Of course, I warned y'all about Winfield. He's dangerous. 6 tackles. 1 sack. 1 tackle for a loss. 1 quarterback hit. Winfield is incredibly dangerous. You don't want to give this man anything. Edwards, 6 tackles. He's primary run stopper. Golston, 5 tackles, 2 tackles for a loss, and 1 quarterback hit. That was pretty much, we just let these guys through. And we didn't win the battle in the trenches. So, obviously, the draw play, the ISO play, just wasn't there. We were not opening up gaps. It just was not there. You had 1 sack from Nelson and a quarterback hit, as well as a forced fumble. I mean, Nelson has not shown any history of forcing fumbles. Neither is Murphy Bunting. Neither one of these guys have. I mean, what is going on here? You know, and they record them both with 1. So that's 2 forced fumbles and 2 fumble recoveries for this Tampa Bay defense. White and Vea were the ones that got the fumble recoveries. Um, Vea also got 2 quarterback hits in as well. Bunting got 1 pick on Sam Darnold and 2 pass deflections. Get 2 pass deflections on our wide receivers. I would have said you're crazy. And a pick. And a forced fumble. I mean, this dude has not shown any history of doing this before this game right here. Not a single bit of history of him doing this. So, that took me off guard, man. I did not expect that. And then you got Hicks down here with 2 pass deflections as well. So the Tampa Bay defense finished up with 38 tackles, 50 total, 2 sacks, 4 tackles for a loss, 6 quarterback hits, 1 interception, 4 pass deflections, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 forced fumble recoveries. That ain't cool, man. That ain't cool. First half numbers, we were 1 for 6 on third downs. 1 for 6. Oof. We got 0 first downs rushing. 0 in that first half. 0. That's not like this offense. We got away from our DNA. It's exactly what Steve Wilkes is saying. We got away from our DNA. 7 passing first downs, though. And 1 by penalty. Tampa got 2 rushing first downs, 6 passing first downs, and 1 by penalty. But the fact that we had 0 rushing first downs in that first half. 0. Against a mediocre defensive line. O-line, where were you today? Where were you on Sunday, buddy? Where were y'all? Did y'all come to play? Sheesh. See, this is exactly what I've been preaching about. The lines are the most important parts of this game. And if you are not winning in the trenches, you're not winning anywhere. Point blank. You're just not. Sam Franklin also did have that forced fumble. That's true. He did have that forced fumble. Appreciate that, Lock Poppy. In all seriousness, I like the future. I feel like next year Panthers are going to be better. Yeah, I actually agree with that, Sam Darnold Buns. You're correct on that. I think there's a lot to be said about the future of this team going forward. Again, main goal. Let's get Steve Wilkes hired. That's been the goal since we started this playoff run, right? Trying to get into the playoffs. Always has been, always will be this year. Because without a good coach, man, without a leader of men, it doesn't matter how many men you bring in from this draft. If you don't have a good coach, you're not going anywhere. Point freaking blank. You're not. I mean, I could make this statement 100,000 times and people just don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? Like, to the people that think, oh, if we just got a franchise quarterback, they're so stuck in their tunnel vision idea that there's a franchise quarterback in this draft, first of all, which there isn't. That's problem number one with their logic here. Number two, they're so tunnel vision on the fact that they don't like Steve Wilks at all as a person that they're ignoring what he's done. Some of them have paid attention to what Steve Wilks has done, and they're just not sold on him. I'll grant you that. And then you've got the people that are totally sold on the fact that we were wasting draft picks, by winning these games. Y'all got tunnel vision on that one too, didn't you? Alright, so again, without a head coach to coach these guys, it doesn't matter who you bring in. It really doesn't matter. It could be the next Tom Brady. It could be the next Peyton Manning. It could be the next, you name it, big Pro Bowl player. Without a great coach, you're not going anywhere. You're not going to win games. Period. Alright, so I'm bringing in my man Andy Bailey here. Appreciate you coming in, man. What's good, Andy? I'll make sure my sound's up. Alright, there we go. What's going on, Andy? Much love to you.
I like Steve Wilks, but I think there's at least a couple franchise quarterbacks in this draft.
Okay, shout them out to me. Who do you think?
I would say C.J. Stroud and then Bo Nix from Oregon, formerly of Auburn.
Okay, I've heard a lot about C.J. Stroud. Tell me about Bo Nix.
I mean, he good. If he'd have stayed at Auburn, man, he'd not been flirting with the Heisman. I mean, I guess he didn't, something happened there and he left for some reason.
Okay.
I mean, he brought Oregon back the other day in their bowl game and everything.
That's true. There's been a lot of talk about Bryce Young as well. Honestly, I'm not sold that any of these guys are potential franchise quarterbacks. I mean,
Bryce Young. I mean, come on. I think Bryce Young is just because he plays for Alabama.
Andy, I wanted to get your opinion on this. We have a huge decision to make here as a franchise. If you are sold on Steve Wilks and you want to retain the draft position at number 9 right now, would you allow the Saints to win that week 18 game?
No.
Okay.
I know you remember that. Remember that Herman, you play to win the game.
I mean,
Simple
true, but he fails to take into account the draft system and how it's being put in. Seeing as this Saints game is a meaningless game, that's where it comes into play. So.
Okay, you're saying Herman Edwards doesn't understand the system or whatever the word you used.
Correct. He doesn't understand how the draft system has been put in place. So that's the part he's missing from his knowledge base there. So when you look at this NFL draft and you say, okay, well, the teams that are constantly down there have to use the draft to get higher, right?
Right.
Yeah. So when you have meaningless games, such as, case in point, that Washington game, which cost us Penei Sewell, by ending up a draft pick higher than we were supposed to be, that's it costs you a great player that you really, really need. And you end up going to the second choice on your draft board, which ended up being J.C. Horn, so it worked out. However, it's still a huge gamble, especially when you had Marty Hernley as the GM before Scott Fitterer came in. So it's a big thing, man, this draft. And if you can find a better system, then go for it. But the NFL wants to talk about the integrity of the game when it comes to tanking out games and stuff on purpose. But they're known to be sitting around with known cheaters like Tom Brady, eating lunch with them, and acting like, oh well, we're the golden people of the NFL. We can't be touched. Come on. It's.
As far as tanking concerned, I remember back in the 80s they claimed that that was the reason they started the NBA draft lottery was because they thought the Chicago Bulls lost games on purpose to get a higher possession.
Yeah.
So, and then they drafted Michael Jordan, and I think there was another team they claimed that did the same thing too.
Yeah, and I mean that the NFL lottery hasn't really worked out for them. It's not really a great system either. So, I mean, those people that are stuck on that idea of, oh, well, you play to win the game are failing to recognize how that system is set up, though. And it's the best system we got out there right now, unfortunately. So if you can come up with a better one, please do. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to listen to your idea and pitch. And maybe we can get that put in, but or get the NFL to listen to it. But for now, that's what we got, and you got to abide by it just as much as you got to abide by trying to win and trying to get head coaches hired. So we've got this situation where we played out the rest of the season. For two reasons. One, we've got the talent. Two, we were trying to get Steve Wilkes hired permanently. So it's not just like, oh, we're just tossing away the season after 5 games. We're not going to do that. There's too many games left.
Yeah, well, on second thought, after listening to you here, I think I would throw the game against the Saints because I think if the Saints are there and C.J. Stroud's on the board, they're going to grab him. To go along with that rookie receiver they got this year, Olave, whatever his last name is, I can't say it too good. but that's the trend now. Now, college receivers and quarterback combinations match up now in the NFL, like Burrow and Chase, Waddle and Tua. I know there's at least one more. Hurts and Devontae Smith. That's 3 right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Saints would grab C.J. Stroud to go with that rookie receiver this year they got.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right, but if you grab Stroud from the Saints before the Saints would get him, I'd go for that because you'd have to worry about him for about the next 10 years. That reminds me of the 04 draft. The 04 draft, the Chargers, Eli Manning said, don't pick me. I won't play for you. And they drafted him anyway. But the Raiders, their division rival, had the second pick. They would have grabbed Eli Manning if the Chargers didn't. But they drafted him and then traded him to protect themselves for the next 10 years or so.
Yep. So I mean, we're not dealing with the next Eli Manning, though. That's the problem here. We're dealing with a strong quarterback contender, but I don't think he's a franchise guy. That's my opinion on it.
Yeah, I understand.
I know people are going to disagree with that, and that's fine.
Right. I'm just thinking they would grab them, maybe protect themselves. And if they want to trade them, trade them. Get somebody you want. The other team might want, and they'll give you a one, trade ones, and maybe a second or third round pick
Philly has New Orleans pick this year, don't they? Or is that no pick at all in the first round? I think they.
I have no idea.
Let me check. Actually, I'm actually on the mock draft page right now. Let's check. We're not gonna actually do a mock draft, but we're gonna check and see. Okay, New Orleans, yeah. Yeah, they should have New Orleans' pick at number 10, right?
Oh, Philly does?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh well then. I didn't know that. Who they trade from to get that number 10 pick?
I actually don't remember. Does anybody remember in chat? Help us out here. If you guys do know. Carl says that's a good point, Andy. He doesn't remember either. Okay. Let's see what we got in the YouTube chat here. Sam Donald Bun says Bryce Young can run the ball too. That's what we need. Not a mid pocket passer. That's a good point. That's a good point. Considering the type of offense that we're trying to run right now, you do want a version of the RPO right now, going forward. So that's a solid point right there. Because about is running RPO right now. So I would fully support that. And the poll right now says 50%, after 4 votes, says that we should lose the Saints game and retain the pick number 9. 25% say that we should pad Wilkes' resume with a win over the Saints, and there's 1 vote for not sure. Which, I mean, that's reasonable. If you're not sure, that's fair. You know, that's completely fair because it's a tough call, man. And we don't know what we really want to do here. You know, there's pluses and minuses to both of these decisions, and you can only choose one. You know, and then that's it. You have to lock in with that decision. And while I do trust Scott Fitterer with our pick, you know, with our draft picks and making sure we get the right people, you know, we also want to make sure Wilkes gets in. So it's such a tough call, man. I don't know. If you're sold on Wilkes, then we don't need to pad his resume and we can just go for the pick, you know. But if you're not sold on him and, you know, you're saying you're not sure or you think that we should win against the Saints, then that's the road you want to take, you know. You know, at the end of the day, it's can you get Steve Wilkes hired? It's can you get a decent draft pick out of this? It's what do you get out of these draft picks? It's you know, who do we retain with our cap spot opinion? I do. I respect all of these opinions because they're all valid in their own way. You know, but I mean, maybe we do want a quarterback that can run the ball as well as pass, you know? Maybe we do want another Cam Newton type. And I mean, that's good. I'm just not sold on Bryce Young, though. That's the thing. I'm not sold on him. I like Sam Darnold's running ability. I like his decision making. I think he's the guy that should start next year over this entire depth chart. That's my opinion right now, based on what I've seen so far. He's got the best running record of any quarterback on this room thus far. And he's throwing only 1 interception in, 5 weeks? I mean, that's pretty doggone good. You have to like his numbers for this game too, against the Bucks. I mean, you can't argue with it. So, I think PJ should be number 2. I think Matt Corral should be number 3. As of right now, until we get a good look at Matt Corral, that's where I think the depth chart stands for next year. You know, I think we should sign PJ and we should re-sign Sam for next year. If you're not sold on Matt Corral, then yeah, we go for a quarterback. That's my take on it. You know, and I mean, a lot of people are gonna disagree with that, but and I respect it. You know, like I said, I respect all these opinions, and they're all valid. Sam had the 4th highest passer rating in December. Yeah, Carl just pointed that out, and he's right. I think that's realistically the way we want to go with this. That just pretty much sealed the deal on who is going to take that, you know? That starting job for 23. If we pay him the money. Now, I'd like to see what quarterbacks do roll through the quarterback carousel, though. And, I mean, if something nice turns up, then, you know, if we can afford it. Keywords, if we can afford it. Because I know there's a lot of Panthers fans out there that are just like, oh, why don't you get this quarterback and that star quarterback and that star quarterback, you know? Not knowing their contract numbers at all. And just saying, oh, well, this star quarterback would slay for us. Oh, this star quarterback would be amazing for us. What y'all don't understand is this isn't Madden, okay? This is real life. You can't just get a quarterback in here with no consequences. That's not how that works. Any star player, you have to pay him. We can't turn off the cap. This isn't Madden, bro. Man, it's so dumb. And you can't turn off the trade deadline either. This is real life. Y'all stuck in that Madden tunnel vision, man. I'm telling you. These people crack me up, man. I can't with this. I can't with these people. Honestly. I don't know whether to be frustrated at them or just laugh at them. At this point. I don't know. But y'all just don't understand how this works. Clearly. Alright, so like I said, if there's money in the bank, by the way, that's after you re-sign Bozeman, after you've done some sort of deal with Brian Burns, then you have that. You know, you still got Foreman to deal with too. You know, do you want Foreman or do you feel confident with our running back room? With Spencer Brown being on our practice squad, being the number 3 guy. So, honestly, it's big question marks. Big things we got to figure out. I was just telling a guy earlier about our cap because he was asking why we don't keep Gilmore and Riddick. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Nobody that has this mindset number at all. They don't even know what it is. They don't know what a cap number is. Some of them. They're just like, oh, let's go after Patrick Mahomes or some humongous big name guy, and it's like, come on, man. Jeez. What's going on? Welcoming in my guest here on YouTube, on the Zoom chat. So what do you think about this Saints game coming up? Do we retain the pick or do we pad the resume?
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we lose the game so we can draft Bryce Young. That's just me.
Uh, you seem really sold on Bryce Young. Do you feel like he's still gonna be there at number 9?
Man, I mean, there's other options, but Bryce Young's just like the best one, So, I mean, we can go with like C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix. There's another good one. I mean, I know there's like 5 or 6 quarterbacks. There's no way they're all going to be gone by number 9,
Okay, so you're sold on a quarterback. So which one would of these quarterbacks would you replace? Because you have to replace one of them in order to draft one.
So I do like P.J. Walker. I say we put P.J. Walker third string, Sam Darnold second string, other than our rookie quarterback first string. And then we get rid of the other guy. I forgot his name. Whatever his name was.
On the practice squad, right. Matt Corral. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, so here's the problem I've got with this. Matt Corral is untested as a Panther. We don't know what he can do or can't do as a Panther until training camp. Second thing, because Matt Corral has been on IR. Second thing is, I do agree with Sam Darnold over PJ Walker in the depth chart. I agree with that one.
Yeah.
But you're throwing in an untested rookie quarterback that has not been developed yet as a starter right away. And I don't agree
I'd
with
say
that.
We go through training camp first to see if the rookie quarterback is worthy, and if not, then we put Sam Darnold in there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fair. Would you then put the rookie quarterback ahead of PJ or no?
I would say yes. I'll say yes.
Okay. Fair enough. And I think that's the more likely scenario that's going to happen. Because you need a year to develop a quarterback. And especially a rookie one. And we never got that year to develop Matt Corral because he was on the IR, unfortunately. I would have liked to see what he was capable of doing.
True.
So, I mean, based on what you saw of him in the training camp, if you saw any footage of him at all, or any opportunity to see him, what did you think of him? Or in the preseason?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like great, but it wasn't like awful. You know what I'm saying? Just like, just like an average, like could be a backup somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
That's the idea I took from it as well.
Yeah.
And I saw him up close for about six days of that training camp this year, so I saw him up in person. And I was not impressed either, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I had that same idea. I watched him in preseason, same thing. It didn't really shock me. But granted, at the time you had Baker Mayfield in there too in the mix. So here's another thing that frustrates me. I was watching NFL Network yesterday, and I was watching through some of the highlights of Teddy Bridgewater, with the Dolphins. And this dude just laid a perfect rainbow pass to a wide receiver, like 30, 40 yards down the field. And I'm like, where was that when he was a Panther? Where did that come from? And I'm sitting there going, yep, Matt Rule held him back.
He honestly did.
It's confirmed.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I don't know about the Steve Wilkes guy, but like he's been like, what's his record? Like 5-6. Like it's, I mean, for like an interim coach, it's like pretty good. A lot better than Matt Rule was doing.
Yeah. You have to. It's better than his Arizona record as well. So you have to take more into account than just the record. You have to take into account what's not being translated onto the scoreboard, such as leadership, locker room, technique, footwork, passion for the game. He ignited the passion for the game, and
True.
Depth chart and roster management. So a lot of that doesn't get translated to the scoreboard. So with that in mind,
Yeah. Do you think we keep Steve Wilkes, or do you think we get someone else?
Now there's the real debate because David Tepper wants an offensive coordinator to be a head coach. I disagree with that because Wilkes has checked off every single box that you need a head coach to check off for the Panthers, moving forward. So, some of the names that were mentioned were guys that have only been in their respective roles for 1 year, not even a full year yet. You're talking Chargers offensive coordinator, the Lions offensive coordinator, and then Ken Dorsey, of course. All of which show capabilities of being a head coach at some point, but you need to develop them. It's only 1 year. I need to see more than 1 year's success. I need to see consistency before I say, okay, yeah, we'll put you in the hat for a head
Yeah, I feel like that's
job.
too much of a risk, just bringing in someone who hasn't done it before.
Yeah, and then you got Mike Bellamy, who's been through the coaching circle for 3 years now and still hasn't landed a job. Have these GMs and head coaches gotten or owners gotten some type of book on this guy and just said, no, we're not hiring you? Or is it, that he's just too comfortable in his role in Kansas City? So, some of these guys aren't going to want to leave. In fact, most of these guys are not going to want to leave once they taste success where they are. So, you would really be... and then you got the two guys that you have to trade for the rights of. And we're not going to mortgage the future. Both of these guys are going to want these teams are going to want a first round. Pick just to start with for negotiations. For Mike Tomlin and Sean Payton? I don't think so. No, we're not mortgaging the future for them. So, for me, it's got to be Wilkes. And you don't want to take the risk of going into the college circuit again. We saw that worked last time. That's a no way. No way.
Yeah, unless Nick Saban wants to come up, then no, bro.
Yeah. It's got to be Wilkes for me. I'm sorry. It's a definite yes on Wilkes. Plus, he's already shown you all the reasons why he should be hired. He already loves the Panthers. He's from Charlotte. He understands this roster and this team better than anybody else. If you listen to the pressers, he knows what he's talking about. And I just showed you guys a little bit of that presser from yesterday. Where he answered the two main questions that everybody's been asking. Did we have safety help over the top? Yes. We did, and we still struggled. And the other question was, I forget what it was. Turnovers or something like that? I forget what it was, but I ran through it earlier in the stream. I'm just going to kind of go through the chats here. Andy Bailey says, I remember years ago it was rumored that Bill Cowher would coach the Panthers. Yeah, I remember that too. I remember that rumor as well. That was crazy. And I would have loved to have Bill Cowher, actually. He was a great guy. And an excellent coach for the Steelers. Bryce Young is a Panther. Bring Sam back as backup. If we can't get Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, then let Sam cook 1 more year. Yeah, I'm for that. Maybe. If that's what if you're determined to pick up a quarterback, then yeah. Sam is a demon? Okay. That was an interesting comment. Care to elaborate on that one? But yeah. We got a lot of questions to answer in this offseason, man. We're backpacking up the mountain of the 2023 offseason here. So, we got to make sure we got all the tools. We got to make sure we got a great pack leader, that's helping us make the climb. And yeah, we're on a tight budget, as all campers are, but we're going to get through it. And when we do, it's smooth sailing. So, what would you say is our positional needs for this year?
Wait, you said what?
What would you say are our positional needs for this year? Coming up in this draft.
Positional needs?
Yeah. Before we start cutting people because of cap. As of right now,
so
today.
I like our running backs. Our tight ends aren't bad. Wide receivers, they're okay. We got DJ Moore, To be honest, I know nothing about the offensive defensive line, to be honest with you. Corners could use a little bit of work. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Number 24. I forgot what his name was, but he kind of sucks. Frankie Lou was a demon, though. I like Frankie Lou, though.
Yeah, Frankie Lou's amazing.
And Eddie Pinheiro, the kicker, could, I don't know. The Falcons game, I didn't forget that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
And he almost missed that one kick yesterday if we hadn't got that penalty and given him a second chance.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We caught a break.
And he only got one job and he can't do it. That's no.
And I mean, Zane Gonzalez was having trouble too, and he's been hurt. So, I mean, how do you have a kicker hurt before the start of the season even?
Yeah, I don't
Stupid
make
turf,
sense.
man. Come on, Mr. Tepper, do the right thing. Get rid of the turf. You're killing us here, man. You're killing us. You're killing your own revenue. I'm not even going to get into that. Because the Lions players were complaining about it too. But I'm not going to say anything on that subject. I already covered that last week. Yeah, Dante's back. How do you feel about Dante Jackson being back?
I like Dante. I like our running backs.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of D'Angelo Williams. His hair. The way he runs.
Yeah.
It's kind of just nostalgic.
Yep. Yeah, I'm feeling all of that right now, man. Feeling all of that. By the way, speaking of players that we have had this year, guess which one is not doing anything in Arizona right now?
Robbie Anderson.
Yep, Sideshow Rob is not doing anything in Arizona right now.
Yeah, Arizona as a whole isn't doing anything. Right? They're 4-12, I think.
I mean, it was obvious that he needed to go. It was obvious.
He was toxic.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, once we got all the toxic players out of the locker room, then Steve Wilkes was like, okay, now let's get down to business.
True.
I was like, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is the coach we need right here.
Yeah, no, I like him so far.
He's not afraid to make the tough calls. He's not afraid to get rid of people that don't want to be here. That's what I want. That's what we want in Carolina, baby.
The biggest change I've seen is when Matt Rule was coaching, they were just doing those little screen short passes with Baker Mayfield and those little runs. And now they're actually making plays,
Yeah.
They're actually
We're actually
which
letting
is
these
like
guys cut
a lot
loose,
more
man.
fun to watch.
Yeah. We need to draft another corner, Ryan says. Horn is a top dog. Actually, I forgot about Dante Jackson. Yeah, like I said, man, if we can somehow manage to keep Josh Norman on this corner squad, we won't need to draft another corner. That's our number 3 guy right there. No question. Even with his skills step back a step or two, I still think that
his energy is like what we need for the locker room.
Mm-hmm. Plus, he's been there, man. He's played championship football, man. True. We need that. We need that leadership. We need that knowledge. He can direct people around. He's seen all these coverages, you know?
Yeah.
And he's done his homework. So,
yeah,
the more we can get him involved, the better.
Yeah.
Or all even if you just want him on the sideline calling defensive plays, well, I'm down with that too. You know, if he sees something you don't, go for it. Dante is okay. You know, we had him on limited snaps, though. But he's injured so much, yeah. True. J.C. Horn, Josh Norman, and then you got, who's the third one? I forget. The big name guy.
C.J. Henderson, is that his name?
Nah, CJ's the backup guy. I'm talking about like the 2 that are injured right now. Dante Jackson. Yeah, Dante Jackson. That's who I was thinking of. Then J.C. Horn. Then Josh Norman. That's 3 solid corners right there, man. 3 solid ones. And then you got CJ as your 4th. I'm down with that. I think we could probably upgrade on CJ, though. I think we could. That's why I'm still going to push for this corner as a pick in this draft. Lock Poppy said you had some amazing points.
I appreciate that, Lock Poppy.
We need a quarterback, tight end, edge, corner, and a linebacker, says Ryan. We've voiced the Cardinals.
We need
Terrence
a
Marshall
cornerback,
clears
the
it.
edge, DB, and linebacker.
I'm going to say no on tight end.
I
think our tight ends can wait a year.
Yeah.
We got bigger needs.
True.
Edge and corner, I agree. Quarterback, that's a matter of perspective right now. And a lot of people have different opinions on that one. So that's a dangerous debate to get into right there with cornerbacks. Quarterbacks, sorry. Easy to confuse the two when you're talking. But, that's an entire jar of cookies that we need to get into at some point and discuss. Or a jar of worms if you want to look at it that way. Carl, let's get Carl in here. There we go. Let's get Carl back in here. He makes some excellent points too. You'll enjoy him. We had a seven fumble last year, and we came in and used the peanut punch early in the game. I think we had a little something to do with that. Yeah, the peanut punch. You know, we had created turnovers. Yeah, that's big. I agree with that one, Carl. You're right. We need to bring that back, and Norman's the guy to help do that because he's seen him do it. He played alongside of him, so he could teach him.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah.
Hey, I got an interesting tidbit of information I learned, I think it was Saturday maybe.
All right.
Maybe we talked about before with tight ends.
Okay.
At Lachey that plays for Iowa, well, his dad is a former NFL player, I think offensive lineman maybe, or who knows, maybe tight end too. Played for Washington. I remember his dad when I was a kid in the 80s. But I was like, wow, I I thought that was interesting. Once they said who his dad was, I was like, wow, I remember him.
Where do you think he's projected to go in the draft?
Well, if Ben and I were tied in, I would say first round. I mean, that's a tight end factory up there, like I've always told you.
That's a good point. Eventually, we do want to get the next Greg Olsen replacement for sure. I just don't think we need to spend a first round pick on it this year. I think that's a little too early. If you wanted to go like second or third round next year and go for a tight end, that would be fine once we filled up our defensive holes and our needs. Depending on what we let go of because of the cap this year. So yeah, a lot of these positional needs are going to change once this cap situation starts to take effect in this offseason.
It's $208 million for this year. What will it be for next year? Is it going to 220 or is it going down?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. But we're $1 million in the black right now. As of right now for 2023. That's it. That's all we have to spend right now. So there's going to be a few players that people are going to be upset about that we're going to have to get rid of. Or not re-sign. I say we get rid of Sean Chandler right out of the gate. Just buy. He needs to go. I'm done with Sean Chandler. I've seen enough of him. Keith Taylor as well. I think, he's a great guy, but on the field, he's a liability. With his coverage issues. There's 100 other corners that can run stop. Would you agree with that, DeQuavis?
What was that?
That Keith probably will not last until 23 season.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know who the fuck. I don't know who that is.
Keith Taylor, our corner.
Oh yeah, no. That's number 27, right?
Yep.
Yeah, nah. He won't.
His coverage issues have been awful all year.
Nah, this guy just like PI left and right, man. Like it's crazy.
It's bad. I think Sean Chandler needs to go. Michael Jordan, the left guard, needs to go. I'm not sold on him either. That's a couple million you could free up right out of the gate.
Yeah.
I think we do want to throw our ring in that a couple of names in the hat for left guard into the first round draft board. I do have my eyes on somebody. I'm not going to say who because we have NFL scouts that do watch the channel. So, I'm not giving away anything until the last couple weeks before the draft. You know how this works. Yep. Taylor was completely exposed in the Pittsburgh game. Yes, he was. Completely exposed. I mean, he's been exposed all year, though. It's not new. If you've been watching him all year.
Losing to the Steelers.
So what now?
I said, that's so sad. Losing to the Steelers, come on.
Yeah, man. Steelers weren't breaking 20 points either. And I mean, that's typical Panthering for us.
24-16, I think. Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's disappointing, man. For sure. The Lions didn't show up. And it's another case of that. On this Sunday. The Lions did not show up. And everybody had a tougher game to play. On our entire offense and our entire defense. So, I mean...
I just wonder if they got too excited and think, wow, we got it made here, and they eased up or something and got complacent, and they just didn't play all out. They thought, oh, we got this, now we can take it easy. And came back and haunted.
I mean, that can happen. Yeah, you gotta not get too high and not get too low with your emotions during games because it can haunt you. That's true. You gotta dig in and just play your game the way you play it. My wife's family is all Pittsburgh fans, so believe me, I had to hear it. Oh man, Carl, I'm sorry, man. It is what it is, man. I mean, I've been hearing it from Gamecocks fans off that after that Clemson loss, so I feel your pain right now, Carl. I do. But you know what,
You a
though?
Clemson fan? Are you a Clemson fan?
Absolutely, man.
Do you know Will Shipley?
I do.
I went to school with him, bro. That's my boy.
That's
He's so
awesome.
goated, bro. He's goated, bro. That's my boy right there.
That's awesome. We also have a famous defensive player's son that used to be an NFL player, and I forget
Really?
the name offhand, but yeah, we recruited him and he did well.
Yeah. Me and Shipley used to play football in like elementary school, and now he's like playing running back for Clemson. It's crazy.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. And I'm
Yeah,
sitting here playing 2K, so it's kind of depressing.
he's had a good year. You know,
Yeah.
DJ's the reason that we got kicked out of the
Who is?
playoffs, man, and it's a shame. It is.
Yeah.
People were talking about and I'll talk about how all of this is relevant in a minute to the Panthers because it is. In the coaching conversation because Dabo's name is in there, but
Really?
yeah, Dabo's name came up a few times, which at first I supported it until Dabo decided to stick with DJ throughout this entire run of 22, and it ended up backfiring on him. And that's been his only mistake so far, really. If you really want to put it in layman's terms. Because, listen, man, Cade was ready. He proved it in the ACC championship. So, I mean, do you really want a head coach that's not sure about his decision making when it comes to quarterbacks, and it gets stuck on a quarterback? That's where this becomes relevant because Wilks was not afraid to make that decision and make that change when it was necessary to do so.
I mean, Dabo did it. I'm pretty sure it was the Syracuse game. Dabo put the backup in over DJ just for a little bit because DJ was selling.
And it made all the difference, didn't it?
It did, yeah. They would have lost if they didn't do that.
They put up like 17 points in that fourth quarter. See, that's why you do this. Because it makes all the difference, man. It does. That's the standard in Clemson and in Charlotte up with the Panthers here is you want the best man available that can win you the game. Point blank. It doesn't matter how much they're paid. It doesn't matter how long their contract is. It doesn't matter what bonuses they get. You want the best man available.
Yeah. Yep.
Point blank. That's why I like Wilks so much, man. He's not afraid to throw all that junk out and just put in the best man
Win
available.
games. Exactly.
So let's play a little devil's advocate here. If people are not totally sold on Steve Wilks, what would make you not sold on him? And what would he have to do to convince you?
Me, I'm sold on Steve Wilks, to be honest with you. Like, I don't really have any doubts. But, like, the people that do probably just be like, he's just an interim coach. He's not, like, he's not really to stay. You know, because no one really knows, and people I feel like people want like a recognized coach, like coaching their franchise. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So,
I
mean, my
understand that.
thinking is that people that don't like him just want like someone like Mike Tomlin or Sean Payton that people know and respect. You know, just so they can say, "Oh yeah, Mike Tomlin's the coach of my team." You know?
Yeah, and I mean, a name only goes so far, guys. A name only goes so far. So, Andy, same question to you. If you were not totally sold on Wilkes, what would convince you?
Well, I'm not sure on that. I mean, I think he's a good coach. I think he was done dirty in Arizona after 1 year.
That's true.
He didn't have enough time. So, I mean, I'm sold on Wilkes. I mean, give the guy a full season, at least maybe 2 full seasons. The way I do it when it comes to head coach, let's say he goes 3-13 or 3-14 his first year, but the next year he goes 6-11. That's a 3-game improvement. Okay, I'll give him another year. If he goes, say, 8-9, then okay, as long as he keeps getting better. But if he stays the same or goes back down the window, then fire him.
I would agree with that.
As long as
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, continue.
I'm done. I mean, I would just make I'd at least give him 2 full seasons now, because you can't judge off of part of the season here.
Mm-hmm. I say 2 full seasons as well, and the reason is because, one, the cap situation right now being what it is in 23, you got to escape all of that garbage and make sure you have a roster worthy of actually battling people in 23 season. If we even come up with halfway a decent team, it's still not going to be good enough to battle the rest of the league in 23. Plus, the fact that it's his first full season as a head coach. You know what I mean? So you have to take that into account too. So I say 2 seasons just to be safe. If you're really sold on him, give him 3.
Right, just like Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. 2-14 his first year. Second year he went 4-11-1. The next year 10-7 and went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it takes 3 years to fully develop a team. So I wouldn't push past 3 years because we saw what happened with Matt Rule.
Matt Rule, I mean, come on. Maybe he'll turn Nebraska around, and then he'll build up a big name, be like Pete Carroll, go back to the NFL and everything.
One moment, guys. Let me mute this mic. Sorry about that, folks. I get a lot of interruptions and just a lot of stuff that going on. But
hey,
I'm good.
I'm gonna step out here for a few minutes and everything, but I'm leaving the audio on and everything. So when I'll hear you when I come back.
All right, sounds good. All right, so what players would you guys like to talk about?
Lost to the Patriots. That was kind of bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question. If you weren't a fan of the Panthers, like who would be like your second favorite NFL team?
I would say the Chiefs. I like how their franchise is built and everything they're doing over there. Plus, I'm a huge fan of Andy Reid and how he coaches and his style and just everything about the Chiefs is awesome, to me.
Yeah.
So, if I was going to jump ship, it would be to the Chiefs for sure.
Gotcha.
But I'm a diehard Panther fan, so I'm sticking to guns.
Yeah, makes sense. My computer's about to die, so I might have to leave, but I'm still gonna be in like the chat.
All right, sounds
if that's
good,
cool.
man.
All right, I'll catch you, bro.
Appreciate you coming in here, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Keep pounding, brother.
For sure, brother.
All right, so, we'll keep rolling a little longer here, as long as everybody wants to chat and talk about players or whatever you guys want to talk about. Throw it in chat. Open topic right now. Please do participate in the YouTube poll if you haven't already, because we're trying to figure out what we want to do with this Saints game. It's big. It's big, man. Ryan says we fleeced the Cardinals. Terrence Marshall clears them. Yeah. We did fleece the Cardinals, though. That's true. It's very true. I think here's the next question I want to ask. How much of a snap count does Dante Jackson get in the next game? After what you saw against Tampa Bay there, how much of a snap count? So, it's a minor thing, but it's still worthy of being discussed. And for those that are not aware of what our cap situation is, I'm going to show it up on screen real quick. Because we signed Dante Jack, oh my gosh. It rolled over into 23. We're in trouble. And right now, we have a total of $1,000,026,000 in total cap space right now. Cap liability is $233 million. We have spent. We have invested $106 million into our defense, $92 million into our offense. Might as well call that $93 million. Round that up, But as of 2022, we're still looking at that number of $10.9 million before that rolled over. So I'm not sure how much that money went into this year's cap. We're gonna find out. I'm still not 100% sure how all that works. So if anybody's an expert on that stuff, please do hit me up, and we'll find a way to talk about that, or maybe do a stream with it. But once again, I am calling for somebody like that to help out. We had one person help out last year with that, and I haven't been able to get in touch with them again. So if you understand NFL contracts, salary cap stuff, bonuses, that kind of stuff, hit me up, and we'll either leave a comment on the stream, or in the comment section here, or in the chat, or DM or PM me on Instagram or Facebook, and I'll get back to you. Because I would love to get some knowledge, and I think it would be beneficial for everybody in chat to hear it as well, so that we can all learn together how that works. So, bottom line on this game, man, 6 fumbles. Oof. Man. That's the bottom line. And Tom Brady looked like himself again. You can't discount Tom Brady. You just can't do it. It's just who he is. You know, and we did the same thing we always did. We panthered. You know? And I hate that. Because we're better than this as a team this year. We all know we are. And you go down and you look at some of these numbers and it's just, ugh, man. You just wish you had that game back, you know? It's sad. It really is. But we got a bright future ahead of us, though. I really, really do believe that. I think if we are patient and not rushing to judgment on the management or wanting to get people fired or any of that stuff, I think good things will start to happen. You know what I mean? So I'm asking for a measure of calm and patience from this fan base. I'm heavily asking that, and I'll continue to ask for that, you know, throughout this offseason, because we're going to go through a lot of nonsense in this offseason. It's going to piss people off. It is. You know, I'm not even going to hold you. It's going to piss a lot of Panthers fans off. Who we have to get rid of and who we can possibly not save, you know, due to the cap. Decisions we have to make as far as, like, who stays and who goes on our staff is going to piss some people off. And who we draft is going to piss some people off versus not draft. You know, so it's going to be a rocky offseason. You know, I'm just going to be real with y'all. Because that's who I am. That's what this channel is. We're real about this. You know, we want success for this franchise, and we want the future to be better, and the only way we get through this is we just keep pounding through it. You know? That's exactly what we got to do. And it is what it is. But we got one game left, though. We got one game left. Let me grab this. I managed to pick up this beautiful black helmet that we were using this year. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm going to try to get this baby signed, man. During training camp, I'm going to try to get it signed. Depending on who signs it, I might give it away as a fantasy football prize. Depending on who signs it. So, players, anybody that wants me to sign that thing, y'all better seek me out on that fence. On those training camp days that I tell you I'm going to be there. Let me know. You know, you are more than welcome to private message me encrypted, you know, and let me know that you're going to be there. You know, if you have a Facebook account, if you have like a Twitter or something like that, tweet me. You know, let me know that you're going to be there. That you want that thing signed. By yourself. And nobody else to sign it. I doubt they're going to want to jump on that, though. You know, it's players, you know. But if somebody specifically wants to sign it, I'll hear you out. But yeah, if you look at the kickoff returns, I was gonna point that out earlier. You got Blackshear back there, 1 for 36 yards. Versus your punt returns, 2 for 6. And a risky couple of punt returns as well, by Roberts. We almost fumbled it. So, there you go. Question for the helmets. We were only able to use them once this year because of the rules, but next year, how much are we going to be able to use them? Because they are fire. No word yet. I mean, the NFL waived the rule on new helmets, so they're not saying that we can't use them for next year at some point. I mean, I love them, man. I love them. I got to see them up in person. I was at that game. Yeah, I was at that game, y'all. That's a beautiful helmet right there. I would love to have this thing signed. Man, that would be money right there. That'd be money, for sure. I'd probably case that thing up, man. Real talk. We started the game with Key Taylor and CJ Henderson. Okay. I'm going to add defensive tackle onto that list of needs because I'm not sold on Matt Iniditis either. He hasn't really done much this year. It's just another repeat of Dontari Poe. If you remember Dontari Poe, he didn't really do that much either in those last couple. That's a thing, man. That's a thing for sure. I'm going to minimize these chats. Hold on. I'm going to check around and see what people are saying on Facebook right now. Yeah, I'm going to ignore that one. Next one. Let's see. Paul's podcast. Okay, they blocked me. I've been going back and forth with Panthers Pulse podcast people, and they just blocked me out of their chat. So, I don't know what's going on there. But, it's whatever, man. I'm in enough groups right now that I really don't care. Iniditis was such a disappointment, Carl said. Yeah, I agree with you. I was expecting a lot more. I think we should start McCall. What do you guys think? Let's start McCall. If you're blaming Darnold for this loss, you must be blind. Yeah, agreed. It's not Darnold's fault. Alright, do keep in mind that hashtag Panther Nation does put some weird stuff in their page. So, be prepared for some weird posts here. I realize some of y'all Carolina Panthers is bipolar. Do we keep the coach or not? Yes, absolutely. Yes. I was going to ask how much McCall was played last game because he makes plays when in. He only made a couple of tackles according to the game logs. Let me just double check that. McCall. Yeah, he only made one tackle in that game. Now, it's not to say he didn't have more plays on his snap count than just one play, but that's the only play that he got recorded as a tackle for. So, same with Littleton. I think they're easing Littleton back in. But he got a quarterback hit as well. So, I'm particularly happy with that. Some of you aren't happy with anything. 1 minute you want to tank the season for draft picks. If you think we're gonna win the playoffs, these guys played their butts off for Wilkes since he took over. Yes, some corners got burnt. Some made some darn good plays. You can't win them all. They make mistakes just like everybody else does. I'm sure half of you are complaining about this season. Probably didn't even go to a game. Just another armchair quarterback. I personally want to say thank you to Panther fans for a better season than we thought we were going to have. Go Panthers, from a PSO owner since 2009, sorry. Next year we win it all. I like that post right there. I like that. Because, you know, I thought we were just flip-flopping as fans. And, you know, bottom line is, you know, there's a time to push for the playoffs and there's a time to sit back and not try to win these meaningless games, you know, after we're eliminated. So, you know, and full credit to Tampa Bay for winning that game. You know, they took advantage of all of our weaknesses. We took advantage of a few of theirs as well, but I mean, it is what it is. You know, our lines didn't come to play. We had 6 fumbles, and our corners kept getting burnt. And against Tom Brady, you can't play like that and expect to win. Point blank. You don't expect to win like that. And I got respect for Mike Evans just being the beast that he is, man. He is. He's a monster. It wouldn't matter who we had out there at corner. I think J.C. Horn might have cut him down to about 100. But I still think that Mike Evans would still get some nice passes on him, though. You know, deep downfield. And eventually, these guys would get burnt. It would take a while, but they would. With our D-line not showing up and our O-line not showing up, you know, and it was just a mess, man. That's not who we are. And, you know, I'm not mad at the loss. I'm just disappointed at the result. We got a lot of stuff to deal with later on. So, as an organization, to clean up during the offseason, it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be a spring picnic, folks. But we're going to get it done. We're going to get it done because we have to. As an organization, we have to. When I see the fans saying Wilkes shouldn't become coach because he didn't take this team to the playoffs, but this ain't his team. He was doing this with a team put together by a college coach. Y'all want to judge this man on a team that inherited was 1-4 when he got to him. What he did was amazing. We went from being the second pick in the draft to possibly making the playoffs. Amen. Shout out to Chris Potts for that post right there on #PantherNation. I like that one. He's exactly right. Amen, sir. Say it louder for the people that don't want to hear it, man. That are in that tunnel vision. You know, Brady Burness on the deep balls is hard to beat, even when you get great coverage. That's why the pass rush is important, so he doesn't have the time to go deep. Exactly, Carl. Exactly. And we didn't show up. The ball placement is just dead on. That's just who Brady is. And it's always been who he is. So, let me see. Nobody knew. Commenting on the... Right. So, as of right now, looking at the poll, we got 60% on YouTube that say that we should lose this Saints game and retain the pick number 9. Over 20% that said pad Wilkes' resume with a win over the Saints. And there's 20% that says we're not sure. And I added that third option in because it's a very questionable decision. It is. It's a 50-50 call here, man. We don't know if we really want to do this or not. Can we talk about Josh Norman? Absolutely. What would you like to say about him? Black Poppy, what you got in mind? All we have is Burns and Brown, and that really show out on a half a line ain't gonna get it done. You got to look at 2015. We had guys all the way across that could make plays. Exactly, Carl. Well said. Well said. That's a fact right there. I mean, Poe looked like a Pro Bowler compared to most of the other defensive tackles because of that defensive line that we had of talent surrounding him. You know, you got to look at both our pass rushers and our nose tackle. You know, they all look great, man. All right, so Josh Norman, do you think that we will keep him? Excuse me. Or is he just a sign for the rest of the season? That's a good question. That's another very good question right there. Would I like to see him resign for a couple of years so we don't have to draft a third corner? Yes. Pay for it? No. I mean, can we free up the money for it? I don't know. That's the main issue right now. You know, with Josh Norman. Do I value him as a number 3 corner in our cornerback room? Absolutely. Unequivocally, yes. Because he can teach these corners so much, man. You know, even if he's struggling out on the field, he's still a huge, big brain knowledge base for this corner room, you know, that we need to take advantage of while he's here in Carolina. So I fully encourage all the corners and secondary and all the defense to take advantage of it. You know, pick his brain, man. Seriously, while he's still here, pick his brain. What happened to Amari Barno? He looked like a solid pass rusher in preseason, but I haven't heard anything about him since. I thought we kept him. Yes, we do. We did keep him. He's third in the depth chart right now, behind Henry Anderson. So yes, he is still there. And I'm glad you actually mentioned him, because we got to make a decision on him too. So, good comment right there in question. Another one we got to make a decision on is Larnell Coleman, the left tackle behind Brady Christensen. Are we keeping him, or what's the contract like on him? You know, that one I don't know. Andre Roberts, same thing. We don't know what the contract is on him. But he got brought up from the practice squad, I think. I like Henry Anderson so far. I think that's a solid choice there. What are we doing with Joel? The middle linebacker, which I can't say the last name of. I'm not even going to try to say the last name there. You know, out of respect for him, because I don't want to disrespect his name. But Chandler Wooten, same thing. We got to figure out what we're doing with Chandler Wooten. I don't think that TJ Carey makes it to next year. I don't think that Keith Taylor makes it to next year. I definitely don't think Sean Chandler makes it to next year. If he does, I'm going to be upset. Because there's no excuse to be spending money on him. There's no reason to. Then you got Sam Franklin. I don't know, man. I'm not sold on him either. You know? But he's better than Sean Chandler. I will say that. So, and I think Corey Littleton is under contract. So, we shouldn't have to worry about him. I could be wrong about that, though. Y'all let me know. But, Damian Wilson did not impress me either. I'm not thrilled with him. Gross Matos, same thing. Not impressed by him either. So we got a lot of needs back here on defense, as you can see by this depth chart. And I don't know where we start, guys. I really don't. Let me see this comment. You got a question for me, Lock Poppy. Hit me with it, man. What's your question? Honestly, with coming off an injury, I thought we would have been better keeping the return man we had been using instead of bringing Robert. That's true. Oh, you meant Woods. Okay. I couldn't read it. Yeah. Yeah, hit that question up, though, Like Poppy. What you got for us? So far, most people are saying let's retain that pick on that poll. Everybody's feeling it right now. And honestly, I would have to say I agree. Based on what we've been dealing with. I don't want to stretch this past 5 today, so this stream past 5. So we got another 30 minutes. And then I'm going to jump off here and enjoy the rest of my week. But, some great topics of discussion today, though. Very, very happy with that. But yeah, I will be taking your question, Lock Poppy. Let's go. Whatever that may be. I think they actually put in Cade Mays during this game. And I was particularly happy with Cade Mays blocking. I was not thrilled with Cameron Irving. And I did not see Steven Sullivan in. So, that one point, yeah, he was in. Okay. They still have yet to try out Coleman though, so I don't know realistically what we're doing with Coleman in a game time setting. We haven't tried Joel. We haven't tried Chandler Wooten either. Alright, Keep Pounding Crew. It's been fun as always chatting with y'all, but I'm about to have to get on the road, so I'll see you next time, Carl says. Alright, man. Safe travels, and yeah, we'll see you next stream, Carl. Appreciate you, man. I am still awaiting your question, Lock Poppy. What is your question, sir? But, yeah, 6 votes so far, and 67% are saying, retain the pick. So, Lock Poppy, I'll wait for your question, and then we'll probably end it there. Once we answer that one. Out of everyone on this roster, who do you think deserves a roster spot, but now deserves one after watching them? Ooh, good question. Let me look at this roster, and I'll tell you. Ooh, that's a good question. That's a really good question, honestly. Initially, I was not sold on Derek Brown, but now I am. For me, it would have to be. Oh, that's tough, man. That's tough. Because I had a pretty good read on all of these guys, and that those ideas haven't really changed of who these guys are. I don't know, man. I don't know. Wow, that's a good question. Barno, I think. Maybe. Maybe, man. I don't know. Because, I mean, pretty much I've gotten a beat on all of these guys, and I pretty much know who they are. So, yeah. It's mostly just players that I don't know who they are, and then I finally found out who they were this year. Such as Blackshear, I didn't know who he was up until he started dominating in the kick return game. You know, and LaVisca, I didn't know much about, but now I do. I think to answer your question, probably LaVisca, really, because I had no idea who he was, and he impressed me a lot. I wasn't necessarily sold on Cameron Irving either, and now I kind of am as a backup as a second stringer. Bravion Roy probably fits into that category because I wasn't totally sold on him as a run stopper, but now, in the last handful of games that he's done well, now I do like him. I was a little disappointed when we put him on the practice squad. So, frankly, I like everybody that we're using. Yeah, there it is. Blackshear, LaVisca on kick returns. Good. That's what we want. That's what we want right there. Going into this last game, I want to see how they do. That was my suggestion, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope that works out well. Thank you for taking my suggestion, Panthers management. And if you guys are listening to this podcast or checking it out live, I appreciate you guys so very, very, very much for hearing us out and taking our suggestions to heart. Because we really genuinely want to help this franchise and this team get better. And I can be wrong every once in a while, but for the most part, I've been pretty dead on because I've got a pretty good read on this team. And, after seeing them in person for six days out of that training camp and watch them in preseason and throughout the year, I've got a pretty good beat on these guys, man. But I appreciate y'all hearing us out and taking this advice. And hopefully it pays off for you. Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, then, back to the drawing board. We'll try to figure out the next thing that we can do, But right now, all the suggestions that I've thrown out there, I think people are starting to really latch onto in this management, and they're getting results out of positive results. So I'm just thankful for that. Yeah. I think I'm pretty sold on those choices that I just said. So, to answer your question. Lock Poppy says I'd either say Miles Hartsfield or Marlon McCall. McCall is actually a really good backup defensive tackle. Yeah. I already knew who Hartsfield was, throughout this year. So, I mean, that's not new. McCall, though, I didn't know who he really was until he started making some plays. So, and yeah, I would agree. He is the best defensive tackle backup out there. LaVisca, I love when LaVisca has the ball. Yeah. I think LaVisca would be my choice as well to answer that question. Because, again, I got a pretty good beat on these guys, but I didn't know these guys before they started coming here. Thank you for answering your questions. Absolutely, man. Appreciate you asking them. Happy to do that. If I've got the time, I'm happy to answer them. And, keep the stream going for you guys, to ask questions and have conversations and try to, spark meaningful debates that help the team. I'm all for it. So is there anybody else last second that you guys want to talk about? I'll do one more topic. Who you guys want to talk about real quick? Could be any player, any topic you guys want to talk about. All right then. Well, it has been a pleasure streaming with you guys. I think we're gonna try to do Friday nights for pregame streams from here on. We're gonna do lives now, so we'll see what the Facebook people have to say. I want to thank you guys for participating in that. I really do hope you do some off-season streams during. Your streams are amazing. I appreciate that, man. Poppy, it's a pleasure to have you guys here, man. And yes, we'll be doing some draft prep streams, obviously. We'll be doing a live reaction, play-by-play reaction to the Super Bowl, obviously. But if you guys want me to do one for the playoffs, let me know which game you want me to do, and I'll see what I can do, time-wise and schedule-wise, because I have no idea what my schedule is going to look like. So just let me know ahead of time. Either put it in chat or leave a comment somewhere, or PM or DM me. You know, if you're friends with me on Facebook, please do. I welcome it. I do answer all of them when it's Panthers related, so, or channel related.
Wait, Corey.
Yeah.
Only half of my Super Bowl prediction have made the playoffs. The one I picked to win it is made it. Chargers made it. I picked them to win the Super Bowl over the Commanders, but the Commanders just fell short. And everything.
Yeah, I've got the Bengals winning it all, actually. The Bengals look like a complete team. They've got control over pretty much the whole AFC right now.
Right.
I think it's going to be the Bengals and either the Niners or the Cowboys. One of those two. Those two really look like they belong there. Unless the Lions somehow get into the playoffs, then it's going to be chaos. And I told you Detroit has the ability to really cause chaos in these playoffs.
Right. Well, wouldn't it be funny to see a Detroit and Jacksonville Super Bowl, two first-timers?
That would be really entertaining to watch. And, of course, I would probably root for Jacksonville because of Trevor Lawrence and Etienne. But, you know, that's just my preference. I love the They've got some talent, man. I really wish our Panthers could have made it, man. Yeah, me too. I mean, I think out of all these dark horse teams that are trying to make the playoffs right now, in week 16 and 17, I think we could have made the most noise. Honestly. You know, we could have actually maybe surprised Dallas in the first round and battled the Niners in the second round. I honestly believe that. But, you know, it is what it is. Those doggone Saints beat the Eagles, so that took that out of the equation. And, friend. Before I throw up my outro. Give him a minute to come back. But yeah, don't panic, Panthers fans. You know, we got a bright future ahead of us. You know, whatever happens, happens. I believe that the main goal again is getting Wilkes hired. So, whatever happens beyond that, we'll figure it out. You know? You know, be patient. Reiterate that again. Be patient. It may take another year. before we can finally flesh out this team and be ready to make a full run. When we do, it's going to be a lot of fun. So, I encourage Panther fans to stick around, man. Don't jump off the wagon. Don't jump off the train, man. Stick around. We got a lot more fun coming our way, man. As long as we keep building and we keep working through it. We keep pounding through our issues. We're going to get there. So, I'm optimistic about the future. You know, I'm not taking this Tampa game so seriously, you know, and like I said, we rode this season out as far as it'll go. And I'm not mad at it. I'm not even a little bit mad at it. So, I'm satisfied as far as like how far we went and it to get his final say in. By the way, again, congratulations to the people that made it to the playoffs and the Keep Pounding Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League. I'm having fun. I'm playing for a ring today. So, in the other league. It's not over yet. You know. I need that one particular Bengals wide receiver to only pick up 17 points or less. If that happens, that ring's mine. So, cross your fingers, guys. Hopefully I get that second ring, but I wouldn't count on it at this point. But, yeah, like I said, if I can get this signed in training camp, this black helmet, I'll be giving that away to the champion of the Keep Pounding Fantasy Football Yahoo Sports. That'll be that, you know. And we'll just go from there, because I want to give one of these away as a fantasy football prize for next year. That would be a lot of fun. We're not doing a prize this year, though. But it's a free league, so if you've been participating, congratulations on your successes. And if you didn't make the playoffs, then better luck next year. You know, you can always try out for next year and get yourself in for next year. Just be looking for the posts on Facebook group page for information on when that's going to open up for you. And for the start of next year. If you want to jump in, we'll do that. I guess that's it. Unless anybody wants to talk about anything else, we're pretty much sold here. But off-season streams, yeah. We're gonna do film study. I don't know how that's going to work because we can't put the film onto the stream, but we can listen to the audio, so I think that should work. I haven't had any trouble with copyright so far on that yet, knock on wood. You know, so we're going to hope that continues. But yeah, I can't show you the film, so I got in trouble with copyright claims on that one last time around. So that's how we're going to play it for right now. As far as other off-season streams, I can do that too. But there isn't really much content during certain months out of the year, though. So, I mean, what would y'all want me to talk about during those streams? You know, leave me some comments. Let me know what you would want me to talk about during those. If I should do some during the months that we're not really getting any content or anything happening. And to keep the channel active, you know, throughout the entire year. I'd be interested in doing that. And of course, I'll be working on trying to get on ideas for like a video series or something like that for this year. Let me know ideas for a video series you would like me to do for this year. Because I'd be happy to do that too for you guys. That being said, stay happy, healthy, and well. I hope you guys had a great new year. And let me do some quick shout outs to everybody that's been in chat and all that. Shout out to Python Knight. Shout out to Sam Daughter Buns, who was actually in Zoom chat earlier. Shout out to X Ryan XBL. Shout out to on Facebook we got Carl. We've got Twisted Todd, who's actually a radio broadcaster down here, music broadcaster. So for the radio station. So I've actually met him, and he's a great guy. So happy to have him in here as well. He's a Tampa Bay Bucks fan. Shout out to Andy Bailey, who is talking to me right now. Who else? I think that's it. Corey McKinney, shout out to Corey McKinney. Shout out to Adam Alfred. Or Alred. Sorry about that. And shout out to Sean Bradham. I think the game against the Lions would qualify.
Oh, okay, because it was like down to 0.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And David was actually at that game. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He told me he could not feel his feet or his hands after that one.
Oh, okay. My son said he never wants to go to more cold weather games, even if it's the Carolina Panthers.
I hear that, man. I hear that. I sat through a monsoon game myself, so I know exactly what that feels like. No, thank you.
I told him that's why we went to Carolina in 21 to see the Patriots.
Worth it. I would do it again. Yep, 100%. We went to overtime in that game and we won. Nasty game.
All right. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, man. Thanks for coming in and keep pounding, Andy. Appreciate you. Alrighty, Jen. But I appreciate y'all so much, and take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And as always, keep pounding.
It's a big bass drum, a popular hash